Oh, good.
A bit more and let your stuff just play. If you don't, you better figure out. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. The White Sox have just gone full White Sox.
Do you see that?
No.
Bases loaded, 2 outs in the second. Shortstop and left fielder collide on a pop-up. So all 3 runs score. And Kevin Brown says the White Sox have just gone full White Sox. And he's the Orioles announcer.
So in that spot that I gave you, there's a spot that the doctor says, I've got that audio.
Right, that's what I figured. So I figured I'd do the first 30, 35 seconds, and you tag it, you put his stuff on.
And then there's a little thing you have at the end.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's because it's written poorly.
Okay.
Or not written poorly. It's not, it doesn't say announcer, doctor, announcer, if you know what I mean.
Oh, ambient. I think it's a lock. The 31 and 109. I mean, they have 22 games left. If they play 500 baseball, they lose 120. How many of the 22 you think they're going to win? I mean, I think 125 is in play here. That's 6 and 16.
Well, and I mean, it doesn't matter how hard they play. Like they finished with the Tigers. Tigers could actually be playing for something. They're going to be playing their tails off trying to win those games. Probably not. But if the Royals can keep skidding here, I would have lost that. We'd have lost both bets yesterday. I didn't make either of them.
Good. So that technically we're still on the heater.
Yeah,
you said you thought I was reaching.
I said you were forcing it. Yep, exactly. So, real quickly, my son's doing a podcast, and no one's listening, but his college football thing, he and his buddy do it. They like it, whatever.
Right.
He goes, I've got this idea to do. He goes, I'm going to surprise Paul, the guy he does it with. I'm going to do real or fake. Are they a real team or are they a fraud or player? And he's like, I'm like, it's not a bad segment, Jake.
So Grady Sizemore got ejected yesterday for the first time. Ozzie Guillen on Hunter Wintelstedt. Did you see what he said on the White Sox postgame? I wish I punched him in the face. He was the first guy to kick me out of a game. I said, you know what? You're not even a pimple on your daddy's behind. Look how fat he is. He should be embarrassed to wear that uniform.
Wow.
No, Ozzie's been amazing this year.
I've not paid much attention to White Sox post game, but that maybe is a reason to start.
Hey, JC, good morning. Morning, everybody. Coffin Bar. Everyone else who said hi.
And even those who didn't.
Yeah. Chris Sale going to win a Cy Young.
Yep.
He's finished like top 5 like 6 times.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Let's get over it together, shall we? We're just a day away from the NFL kicking off. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. How are you this morning, Mark?
I am doing well. Good day yesterday. Kind of a good, day to recoup from the football. Watched a tiny bit of tennis yesterday, not a whole lot, but ready. I'm just getting fired up for week 1 of the NFL and week 2 of the college football season. It's here. It's arrived. I'm not a Gator fan, so I'm not huddled up in a ball in the corner trying to figure out what the next move is. I'm not a Knoll fan, so I'm not kicking and screaming about the 0-2 start. I'm just excited about the start, David.
I hear you. I hear you. Ravens and Chiefs tomorrow night. Remember, Lions beat the Chiefs in the opener last year, an hour ahead. What did it mean in the end? Well, maybe it showed that the Lions are for real, but we know these two teams are for real. But then again, what 5 or 6 teams out of the 14 that made the playoffs a year ago are going to miss the playoffs this year? That is a lock for a quarter century now. All right. Nearly 40% of the teams that make the playoffs the year before do not make the playoffs the following season. Contemplate that. Which teams from last year are not going to make it? In the NFC, Cowboys, Eagles, Lions, Packers, Bucks, Niners, Rams. Those were the 7 who made it last year. 3 of the 7 on average will not make it this year. Which 3? Then in the AFC, Bills, Dolphins, Ravens, Browns, Steelers, Texans, Chiefs. Those were the 7 last year. Which 3 or 4, if you only think 2 teams from the NFC are not going to return, got to balance it out here. You really should pick 6 of the 14. Maybe it'll be just 5, but you really should pick 6. You got your 5 or 6, Mark?
I don't. Yesterday, I've been into this, and I've not binged watched it. I've just been kind of watching when I have a chance because I get caught watching shows and didn't realize that I was watching something on Saturday morning and the language was a little rough. And my wife said, your daughter's in the room. I'm like, no, she's not. Turned out she was on the beanbag chair right behind the couch. I'm like, oops, I better pause that.
Son of a.
So I've been watching Receivers on Netflix, and these shows are just like Hard Knocks. They get you towards so many players. And as I was watching yesterday, I started going through schedules one by one, division by division.
Look at you, football nerd.
And making notes and trying to put a ceiling and a floor on each team's wins.
Hold on a second.
It's hard when you look at some of these teams that you have a good feeling about to say, they're not going to make the playoffs? Really?
Hold on a second. Did you just admit publicly that sitting alone in a room yesterday, you started going through NFL schedules and you weren't making mental notes? You were writing down actual notes.
Yes. Yes, I was, David.
Now, some people may be alarmed by that, but I am greeting you as you walk up to the green after stiffing that 4-iron on the par 3.
Do you have a pair of roadies on the road where it looks like you can't get both if you're a good team? How are you going to do in the division, which is paramount to having success in the National Football League? All of these things factor in.
Wow. My adulation for you is just rising with every sentence. I'm getting goosebumps, actually. Way to go, Scotty Scheffler. It was a hell of a 4-iron to that stick that was tucked behind the bunker on that 231-yard par 3.
You know, we didn't bring up the $60+ million he made this past year.
$62 million and change. Do you know it breaks down to like $2,000 for every shot? Something like that.
Wow.
$62 million. Did you see the funny meme though? It's Scotty Scheffler. You know, I made $62 million this year. I won 8 times, blah, blah, blah. There's a picture of John Rahm that said, yeah, I didn't do a thing. I made 4 times more.
Live golf.
That could be a poll question, by the way. Who would you rather be? Scotty Scheffler, 8 wins, #1 golfer in the world. Okay, a Masters and what have you, $62 million. John Rahm. I didn't win anything. I made $250 million. I mean, it's a $188 million difference. Just so we know. Just your walk. If you want the wins and the green jacket and all that, I get it. It is $188 million you're leaving on the table.
Wow. I've got nothing for that. I really don't, because I'm sitting there going, man, you know, Scheffler, that'd be cool. Win Masters, green jacket.
Yeah, right.
John Rahm, buy small countries.
Right. Although you've always wanted an MLS team, and I don't know if that can get you one anymore. Their rates have gone up so much, or values.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. That league has exploded from a financial standpoint. There's no doubt.
Miller and Moulton on this hump day. We have a great show lined up for you. David Bearman from Pro Football Network, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins, and they will join us each and every Wednesday. Oh, by the way. So we kind of lock in for those that are a part of the show for the first time. During football season, we lock in about a dozen guests during the course of the week, the same day and time. So it's like appointment listening, you know when you're going to get them and what have you. Some of whom you really like, you know, like Bud Elliott. All right. He's 8:30-ish on Wednesdays. We talk all things college football with Bud. So just, you know, kind of like Mark yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, go through our schedule, you know, make your notes, you know, write down who it is you like, et cetera. If by chance you miss them, you go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. So
boy, if they're making notes about this show, I don't know if that's a golf clap or cry for mental help.
Well, it's a tough world out there these days, Mark. I mean, you get your entertainment any way that you can. Does anybody care about what I'm about to bring up? But yesterday was probably the best day for American tennis in 15 years.
David, do you recall years ago, I believe it was Act 1, in which the consultants from Bristol took in our show?
And they liked it.
Except for the fact that at 5 o'clock, we were doing afternoons at the time. At 5 o'clock, we did 10 minutes of hockey.
We did do a solid hockey segment, yes.
I'm comparing you opening the show with men's tennis as 10 times worse than going hockey. It's effing football season. Billy Napier's talking about people in basements in Central Florida where they don't exist.
They don't have basements in Central Florida.
No,
Billy.
they don't.
Come on. You've been in the state 2.5 years. Have you been to a place that had a basement? Come on now. Snap out of it, Sunbelt Billy. Snap out of it. I asked, it was a rhetorical question. It was not me going into a diatribe. I literally said, you can play back the tape. Does anybody care about what I'm about to mention? It was the best day for U.S. tennis in 15 years. That's all. It was a rhetorical question. And obviously, the answer is no. But that's all. Just wanted to throw it out there.
Well, I apologize for hitting it with an overhand right back at your feet.
No, that's fine. No, you you certainly handled that lob. Woo-wee, with authority. I couldn't get out of the way of that one.
I've got Chiefs Ravens on my mind, and you're going American tennis.
No, I just, once again, it was a very casual mention. That's all. Now, we know what our poll question is going to be tomorrow. You know, who are you picking to win? Ravens or Chiefs? You know, it's very original, very creative. What do we have for today? What do you got? What's on your mind?
Well, does Billy survive the season? You and I both think that he does. The text that I was getting yesterday from people, the things I was hearing, things I was reading, it doesn't, you know, because we think a little differently. There's no university president. Don't really think Strickland wants to fire a coach without a president behind him. There are other reasons why we think this won't happen. But boy, is there a lot of noise, and he better beat Texas A&M, and I'm not sure that he's going to.
I think we're also seeing the value/importance of how you come across in press conferences. All right. That there's, you know, we talk about this in other facets of our life, whether it be politics or just, you know, the boss at where we work, you know, that there's leadership qualities, and he may be great in the room. He may be terrific with the players. He's not terrific when addressing the media. And when he's addressing the media, and Mark, you know, I don't want to sound like a media shill, but I do think that there's a large number of coaches that don't understand. It's not the people sitting in the room. Okay, you're not talking to them. You're talking to the cameras and the microphones. That's who you're talking to. Those people in front of you are merely the conduits. Don't get wrapped up in what they're asking you and how they're asking it. Talk through them, over them. Doesn't matter if Edgar Thompson likes what you're saying. It matters what Edgar and Palatka thinks about what you're saying. See what I did there? Miller and Moulton. The starting five is 25 minutes away. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You want to ask people in the AFC Chiefs of the field?
I'm laughing yesterday because I'm driving around getting Maddie, and that tennis match is going on, and I'm listening to Pat, I think, and the chance for an epic match. They're tied at 1 set apiece. Till we're tied at 2 sets apiece, let's not bring up an epic match.
Don't we need to get into a fifth?
Right. Or at least 2-1 with the guy who's up 2-1 down in the fourth. What do you want to do for a poll question?
I just asked you, do you want to go in the AFC Chiefs of the field?
I like it.
Because you could say the Chiefs have, well, you don't have to say it. Chiefs are going for a three-peat, but they've also made 6 consecutive AFC title games. But I was just thinking the AFC, not, to win the Super Bowl, but the AFC. Ooh.
They've made 6 straight.
They've made 6 straight AFC championship games. They won 4. And the 2 they lost in overtime.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Did you see what the NFL kind of sort of said out loud yesterday through some of their media partners? First off, the college football ratings this year are excellent so far. I mean, people were ready and putting together some really marquee games, and the games have delivered also. A lot of them have been close or close enough. And anyway, the NFL has said, we may go to this 18-game schedule soon, and we may start Labor Day weekend. Now, this goes against 20, 30 years of NFL policy here. 30, 40 years ago when the NFL would open Labor Day weekend and they didn't open the Thursday before. That's kind of a last 20 years thing. The NFL would just open on the Sunday of Labor Day. Well, ratings were down and attendance was down by opening on Labor Day weekend. And the NFL took note of that and said, throughout a good chunk of the country, that's the last weekend of summer. What are we doing? Why don't we just wait till after Labor Day weekend? Push the season deeper into the year. And the network said, oh, we'd love that. More January Super Bowl in February? Oh, we'd love that. Well, now the NFL, Mark, is seeing these TV ratings and looking at a possible extra week with an 18th game, and they're thinking, well, why don't we play Labor Day weekend, and why don't we own Labor Day weekend too? And there was a report yesterday that the NFL would play Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday of Labor Day weekend.
If you're going to take over a weekend, David, take over a weekend.
Well,
and just basically lift your leg and pee down the talent source that you've used forever and take away another weekend from college football.
Well, but that's it, Mark. I mean, we all understand them doing that to the NBA. I mean, the NBA, in a way, is competing with the NFL. They're competing for their attention, the entertainment dollar, sponsorship dollar, etc. We get that. They first did it to Major League Baseball in the World Series. They used to leave the World Series alone. Now World Series is having to alter their schedule around the NFL. But Mark, I mean, this is their feeder system. Don't you want your feeder system to be as big and as popular as possible? I mean, Mark, hasn't college football been a tremendous appetizer so far this year for what kicks off tomorrow night? I mean, this is not a flimsy 5 mozzarella sticks on a plate here.
No, it's not. And I don't think they would take on Saturday from a full, they wouldn't have multiple games on Saturday. They would take the Saturday night game. They would have all day Sunday and Sunday night. They would take Friday night and Thursday night.
Right.
Caring about your feeder system is one thing, but if I'm the NFL, why do I need to sacrifice anything for college football? Are they going to quit playing and I'm not going to be able to draft their players? How does it hurt my league?
Well, first off, I don't think that ratings and attendance will be what they are now. I don't. Listen, I saw it in Columbus, Ohio this week. Now, granted, they played a back school, but that place wasn't packed. And the tickets may have been sold, but there were 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 empty seats in that stadium. They just said, it's the last weekend of summer in Ohio. I'd rather be on a lake. I don't, why? Seriously, why are they going after college football the way they are? I mean, they're going after them with December scheduling and totally messing up with college football's playoff. Okay, now they're going to go after how college football starts this season. I don't get it. The networks don't want games on Labor Day weekend. The networks would much rather have the season pushed more into January and February.
100%. That would be the hindrance. It's not college football, David. It's their network partners saying, we'd much rather have week 18 in January and the playoffs pushed back to week. I mean, if we're going to be your partner, then can we be your partner?
And the NFL, unfortunately, though, is going to look right at them and go, yeah, you're going to televise our games when we schedule them. You do it all the other weeks of the college football season, ESPN, when you show all the games that you do, and then you do Monday Night Football. It's the same deal. And NBC, you got one game, two tops. You got a Big Ten game and a Notre Dame game. Don't want to hear it. CBS, you got a 3:30 game on Saturday. Suck it up. Okay? Don't tell me about the Mountain West. Don't want to hear it. All right? And then they look at Fox and they Big Ten Network game on Friday and a noon game on Saturday. What else you got? I don't want to hear it. But why though? I mean, and I'm being serious about this. You know, you've spent, half of your career in marketing. I actually think the college amping up their early season schedule and giving us the games they're getting, I think has whet our appetite even more for the NFL.
I agree. And David, I'm just saying, I think the networks have a better shot to try to get it pushed back than college football does. That's all. Because there's no real communication between college football and the NFL.
Well, there was, but the NFL's not listening anymore. Apparently they got really upset when college football scheduled their playoffs the way they did, and the NFL said, we asked you not to do that. And they're like, look at the calendar. What else are we going to do? And the NFL said, okay. I mean, look at the games they're putting up against them this year. I mean, they moved 4 marquee teams up against them on a college football playoff Saturday, for goodness sake. They won't even give them the third Saturday in December for some, 3 or 4 of the biggest games played all year. Here's the question that I have. Like the NBA, Major League Baseball, they had no recourse against the NFL. Does college football have anything? I mean, can they ban NFL people literally from attending practices and not give them passes to their games? I mean, can they just try to make life, listen, you're with us, we're going to with you in any way that we can. You want war, we'll give you war as best as we can do it.
David, I don't think they can do any of those things because there's no one that's running college football. If the Big Ten were to say, we're not allowing NFL scouts because you're messing with our schedule, the SEC would say, NFL scouts, come on down here because that way we can get more players to our conference. Without one person in control of college football, there's no real way to have any recourse toward the NFL. Even if your ideas were the best ideas, I don't think college football could get together and agree upon them.
The other thing is, what's one of the big allures to the elite programs in college football? They look at the kids and they say, we'll get you ready for what? The league. And
what was after the North Dakota State Colorado game? What was Deion talking about? There was 31 scouts here, whatever, 31 teams represented, or however many, 42 scouts or whatever the hell it was.
Yep.
That's the first thing he's saying in the press conference. Yep. They're not going to give that up. That's so paramount to recruiting players
and keeping them. Certain guys come back for another year. The Miami quarterback, Cam Ward, why did he declared for the draft, took himself out of it when the NFL said, 5th, 6th round pick. Said, heck with that. I'll go make 7 figures in Miami. I'm just bringing it up. The NFL is trying to dominate the world, and that even includes the world of college football. And I wonder if the football fan's going to be okay with that. The starting 5 is next, Miller and Moulton.
I love my shower.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment
You
online.
have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, the guy's talking about this ball person story. Is this thing from the other day with the female player? I mean, first off, she apologized immediately. She just wasn't paying attention to the ball girl. She was wrapped up in her own little world. She was angry at herself for having just blown a couple break points. I mean, yeah, she screwed up and she looked bad, but she apologized right away. And she also went to the ball girl and personally apologized to her. Or did something else happen?
Is that the one from a few days ago?
Yeah, a couple days ago.
Right.
I just don't know if I'm the NFL if I want to be playing in August. By the way, for the record, we did not place our WNBA bet. Mark said, Moulton, I think you're reaching, trying to overcome your 0-5 college football week. I'm not going to place the bets. Mark was right.
Yeah, Seattle won outright.
And Mark thought there's no way the Royals would lose their 7th in a row, and they did. So we didn't place any bets yesterday officially, but our hunches were wrong. No, Ambient, because I don't think the expectation is for them to make the playoffs this year. Once they agreed to eat what are they eating this year? 50-something million on Russ? Yeah, I don't think you hire Sean Payton for 2 years. You hired him, gave him a 5-year deal. I think you give him at least 3. I don't know if you can hear it, but it is storming here in Jacksonville like crazy.
Nope, cannot.
It is raining hard, lightning everywhere.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Did we decide to go with that poll question?
We did. I liked it, and I didn't have anything else.
Okay. So on the eve of the Ravens and the Chiefs, and we could tell you what our poll question will be tomorrow. Hey, who do you like tonight? Baltimore, Kansas City?
And we'll say it every time we do it in that voice.
We're at least
Hey, who do you like? Baltimore or Kansas City?
Well, at least we're
In fact,
making
we may do the whole show in those voices tomorrow.
at least we're making fun of ourselves.
Well, what do you think about the game, Moulton?
Well, I think it's going to be a barn burner, Mark. At least we're making fun of ourselves.
It is funny that it got me thinking. We tried, I guess, high-pitched kids' voices. My brother-in-law has a problem with his TV in his living room, and they can't fix it. In that it randomly, they think the neighbor's remote is affecting it. That literally, while I'm watching the Miami-Florida game, it would switch to PBS Kids. And over and over, and it's been happening for about 4 or 5 days. As he said, there's a poltergeist going on with his television right now, and he's messed with. And he's an IT person. He's really good with these things.
Right.
Really good. He's rebooted stuff. He's done this. He's done that. He's resorted to trying to put, aluminum foil over the sensor on the television, and nothing's working, and the TV just would randomly just change channels.
That's fantastic. Any evidence that they can change the channel and it affects the neighbors next door?
Not sure. It might, because
that's what I would be trying to do. I'd be like standing up to the wall. I'd be outside with the clicker pointing at their house like, here, you take that.
New neighbors, lots of kids. They think it's the only reasonable idea that could happen, but
oh, that's very good. So on the eve of the Ravens and the Chiefs, so we know what our poll question will be tomorrow, but we got the NFL on the brain. And so, I mean, how much of a lock is everybody thinking Kansas City is? How about if we just go AFC? Not the whole three-peat thing, but can they get back to the Super Bowl for a third straight year? And for the 5th time in 7 years. And actually, it'd be the 5th time in 6 years. Can they get back to the Super Bowl? Who are you taking in the AFC? Chiefs or the field? That's our poll question. Chiefs are like the Astros. The Astros have made 7 straight LCSs. Chiefs have made 6 straight AFC title games, having won 4 of them. And the 2 they lost at home in overtime, both of them. I mean, this is remarkably close to 6 consecutive Super Bowl appearances. But that's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
The starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
Number 1, the NFL. A lot of news yesterday around the league. So the Steelers, they signed defensive lineman Cam Hayward, since they didn't have to give Brandon Ayuk all that money. They said, well, might as well make sure that the 35-year-old retires a Steeler. And that's what he wants to do also. He was entering the final year of his contract, Mark. He had said to them, listen, I'd really like to play this year and 2 more. And they said, okay. So 3 years, $45 million. Here's the key, though, for the Steelers. They're only guaranteeing this year's $16 million. So he's under contract for 25 and 26 when he'll be 36 and 37 years old. But if by chance he gets hurt or his production goes down, the Steelers can move off of the Cam Hayward contract. Trent Williams got paid. He had 3 years left on his contract, 3 years, but only this year was guaranteed. He had asked the Niners, hey, can you guarantee the last 2 years? And for whatever reason, the Niners said no. This was during the offseason. So then when what's-his-face in Detroit and Wirfs in Tampa, when Penei Sewell and Tristan Wirfs got paid, and he's went back to the Niners and he said, I'm not the highest paid tackle in the league anymore. And I still think I'm the best tackle in the league. So that's why things were complicated, Mark. Here's what the Niners did. A restructured 3-year deal that begins this year. He gets $48 million at signing. And his salary for this year will be just under $28 million, which for this year makes him the highest paid tackle in the league at 36 years of age. So Cam Hayward under contract through his age 37 season. Trent Williams is under contract through his age 38 season with the Niners. We talk about positions that are getting paid. The Jets established a new ceiling for the nickel slot corner position. Michael Carter got a 3-year deal at $10.25 per. So that's what your number 5 DB, your third corner now can make. A little over $10 million. Still no Hassan Reddick signing, however. And the Jets and Reddick apparently are playing poker. They're just staring at each other. Jets open Monday night in San Francisco. Remember Brandon McManus? He was the Jags kicker. He signed with the Commanders, and then 2 flight attendants filed suit against him saying he sexually assaulted them last year on one of the flights going to or from London. So a judge threw out the case yesterday, but the women have 10 days to refile because in Florida, you got to put your names on the case. And the women went as Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2. And the judge said, I got to kick this out, but if you want to put your names on it, okay, you got 10 days to refile. The women, through their attorneys, have said that they will. Number 2, college football. The first polls of the regular season, Mark, are out. AP poll, coaches poll. Georgia, number 1 in both. Ohio State, number 2 in both. Texas, number 3 in both. Alabama, number 4 in both. Notre Dame, number 5 in the AP, 7 in the coaches. Miami, 12th in the AP, 15th in the coaches poll.
I would have voted them higher.
I think I would have also. Coach is obviously not that impressed with the win in the swamp.
No. Or they already had their poll filled out before the game.
Yeah, that's true. Either that or they didn't fill it out, and maybe they're one of the interns or analysts did,
Exactly.
or the assistant sports information director. That's who often handles it. Not the sports information director, one of the assistants. All right, here you go. Here, fill this out. It was kind of like when I was 12 and my dad would, give me one of those sheets, that he got from the guy. Okay. And he said, here, I put the $5 in. You just pick 4 games. Thanks, Dad. So, number 3, baseball. So, Wyatt Langford's a rookie for the Texas Rangers. He had quite the thrill last night. He had a walk-off slam in the 9th to beat the Yankees. 7-4 Texas, and with the Orioles beating the White Sox because, well, who can't beat the White Sox? Do you think the White Sox would lose to the Savannah Bananas?
Would you pay to see it?
Absolutely, because the Bananas at least are fun. The White Sox aren't having any fun. 9-0 Baltimore, so the Orioles now lead the East by a half a game. White Sox, for the record, have now lost 12 in a row. They're 31-109. If they play 500 baseball the rest of the year, they'd still lose 120 games, matching the 62 Mets. Guardians beat the Royals 7-1. That's the 7th straight loss for Kansas City since they tied Cleveland for first last week. Haven't won since. Royals 4.5 games up on the Red Sox and the Tigers for the final playoff spot in the American League. Twins now 4.5 back of the Guardians because they lost to the Rays 2-1. Speaking of the Red Sox, they lost to the Mets 7-2. Mets have won 6 straight. They remain a half a game behind the Braves. Give Chris Sale the Cy Young now. 16-3, an ERA under 2.5. 7 shutout innings last night for Atlanta and a 3-0 win over the Rockies. Phillies rallied. Toronto led 6-1 after 1, led 8-4 going to the 7th. Kyle Schwarber hit not 1, not 2, but 3 homers. Phillies rally to beat the Jays 10-9. Cardinals, an extra inning winner over the Brewers 7-4, but Milwaukee's magic numbers down to 13 because the Cubs lost to the Pirates again. That Paul Skeens guy, 5 shutout innings. They're watching his pitch count. He had some control problems last night. But the Cubs have lost 2 in a row to the Pirates, and that has really hurt their playoff chase. Dodgers continue to win. Ohtani returned to Angels Stadium last night. Had an RBI triple, scored 2 runs. Dodgers got a 3-run homer from Mookie Betts in extra innings, beat the Angels 6-2. Their lead in the West is 5.5 over idle San Diego, 6 over Arizona, who beat San Francisco 8-7 thanks to 2 homers from Randall Grichuk. And you know what, Mark? I'm not even going to talk about the AL West anymore because Seattle now has fallen below 500.
It's embarrassing what happened to the Mariners. A 10-game lead in June. A 10-game lead in June.
And now they're below 500, 6.5 back. Oakland beat them 3-2. I know nobody's paying attention, but in like the last 60 or so, 70 games, the Oakland A's have actually been a pretty good team. Like one of the better records in baseball. I know nobody cares, but I'm just saying the thought was they weren't going to be good till they got to Vegas. They got 3 years in Sacramento coming up before they get to Vegas. They might actually get pretty good while still in Sacramento. Just keep that in mind. I know a lot of you are really interested in that. The Nats are 8-0 against the Marlins this year, which is good because they're 22 games below 500 against the rest of Major League Baseball. They beat Miami 6-2 last night. Number 4, tennis. Maybe the best day for American tennis in 15 years. U.S. Open, women's side. American Emma Navarro through to the semis. She'll face the 2-seed Sabalenka. Jessica Pegula tries to get to the semis today. She's got to go through the top seed Swiatek. But on the men's side, a huge night. Taylor Fritz, the 12 seed, highest ranked American, finally gets through to a Grand Slam semi. He knocked out the 4 seed Zverev in 4 sets, and he's going to face Tiafoe, who took down Dimitrov in 4 sets last night, setting up an all-American semifinal. These two have played one another for a dozen years, going back to early junior days. They're good friends. One of them is going to be in the U.S. Open men's final. The last time an American male was in a Grand Slam final was 2009, Roddick at Wimbledon. Last time an American male was in the U.S. Open final, 2006, Andy Roddick. Roddick lost to Federer in both those finals. Lost 4 Grand Slam finals to Federer. By the way, 2 quarterfinals today, Draper against DeMar, and this could be the final, though. 1 against 5, Sinner against Medvedev in the quarters. Whoever wins that is going to be the clear favorite to win this tournament. And finally, the WNBA. They had 4 games last night. For the record, we did not place a bet. It was a good thing. We would have fallen off our heater because our gut was wrong last night in the WNBA. If we led you astray, I apologize. But we did not place a bet. There's 1 game tonight. Will we lay the 12.5 at home for Caitlin Clark and the Fever, who are beginning a 6-game homestand against the LA Sparks tonight, 7 o'clock, CBS Sports Network. He's had back-to-back games with 12 assists, having scored 59 points in those 2 games also. How about that? Averaging about 30 points, 12 assists your last 2 games. Actually gave her Player of the Week.
It's good they recognize that she's helping the league out a little bit, David. I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
hey, you got former women's greats arguing with former women's greats right now. Nancy Lieberman has ended her friendship with Cheryl Swoops over her commentary over Caitlin Clark. I mean, things are getting heated, Mark. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. David Bearman of Pro Football Network coming up in about 45 minutes' time. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott in our Great 8 hour. And in our bonus hour, Chris Perkins, who covers the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel. You know, we'll do this every Wednesday, folks. PFN guests, Seth, Bud, Chris. I mean, that's how we get over the hump.
you want to chime in? 21,000 is the text line. It is wide open. If you've never texted the show before, text the keyword Miller to the show, and then you can text as much as you would like. Miller and Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and CoreTech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I booked my travel for the year last night for Monday Night Football. Took an hour and a half.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Here's the one good thing about Monday Night Football is I know they can change some late season games, but if you look at our games, there's only 1 week they might opt out and change it. We've got a Cleveland at Denver game in early December. But they might opt out of that. We opted out of a Chiefs game last year because they were playing the Patriots. The ESPN guy said, "Oh, we'd never drop that." I said, "Really?" I go, "Tell Robert Kraft that we're going to spend 3 hours talking about whether or not he's going to fire his coach and how bad his team is." 2 days later, we were out. CBS was like, "You're dropping a Chiefs game?" We're like, "Oh, yeah. What are we going to talk about?" That's hysterical, EB. Yep. And Mark's secretary is working on the sales. Yep. Yep. My cable bill went up $63. I have got to call and find out what in the world has happened. I think it's Bally's, because isn't it now $20?
I don't know, David.
I
mean, I'm not being smart. I don't.
No, right.
I don't have
That's
the
true.
opportunity to pay the $20.
That's true. My bad. So I got to find out what's going on.
How many travel people do you think they have at ESPN that do all that? They got to have a department.
Oh yeah, they do. They're based out of the place I call is based out of Chicago.
Okay.
I know that.
So they use a travel agency. They've booked it out. They've just farmed it out to somebody.
Yep. EB, I don't know about you, but if I'm 36 and I just got a $48 million signing bonus, I'm taking out one of them nice 18-month CDs.
What's going on over
I
there?
don't know what is I need some more sleep, I think. I don't know.
I got sleep last night.
Yeah, maybe I have too much. I don't know.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. We're getting over it together. I hope your week is off to a good start. I know many of you didn't start working until yesterday, and that's not a bad thing. We are a day away from the NFL season kicking off. Ravens and Chiefs, although if the NFL has its way, we may be starting last week. More on that coming up. But let's talk the Chiefs, shall we? They're the focus of our poll question. Are they still the center of the NFL universe? Are they going back to the Super Bowl? We're not asking if they're going to win it. We're just asking, are they going to get back to it for a third year in a row, which very few teams have done? That's our poll question. Who are you taking in the AFC, Chiefs or the field? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. And I'm going to take the field. Just don't ask me who yet. I haven't figured that out.
Boy, oh boy. You know, you're probably right. Most of the voters are going field. It's hard to bet against Mahomes.
Yeah.
Especially in a division that we don't see any threat to the Chiefs to win that division. I mean, every other team that won the division last year, you can clearly look at another team as a threat. The Bills have the Dolphins and the Jets, both as threats to win. Whoever you're going to pick, you have to acknowledge that there are 3 teams fighting for a division championship in the AFC East.
Absolutely.
You could argue that all 4 teams in the AFC North are fighting for a division championship based on what their records were a year ago, although I don't think Pittsburgh has much of a chance. When you look at the South, yeah, Houston won the division last year, but the Jags certainly have to be considered, and many people think the Colts, although David and I are not on the Colts bandwagon whatsoever.
But they finished a game behind Houston last year, 3 winning teams in that division last year, so you're right. Houston has a challenger, if not challengers. But the Chiefs are the biggest division favorite I think the Chiefs are a bigger division favorite than the Niners. And there aren't a lot of people that give anyone else in the NFC West a chance to win that division outside of San Francisco. I mean, if I were to tell you, Mark, right now, one of these 2 teams would not win their division, Chiefs or Niners, who would you pick?
I would pick the Niners. I mean, if one's not going to win the division,
Right.
I would say the Niners.
If for whatever reason I had a crystal ball and that were to happen, and the same thing to everyone else, 21,000, who do you think's a bigger favorite in their Western division, the Chiefs in the AFC or the Niners in the NFC? I mean, no one had a winning record in the AFC West besides the Chiefs last year. 2 teams had a winning record in the NFC West, not named the Niners. Rams won 10 games, Seahawks won 9. So they're the biggest division favorite in the sport, which obviously guarantees them a top 4 seed, guarantees them at least 1 home playoff game. If we think they're going to do that well in the division, we think, I mean, the worst seed they've had entering the playoffs here in the last 7-8 years is the 3 seed.
David, by odds, and I have the Hard Rock app out in front of me, you are right that the Chiefs are the biggest favorite to win their division at -260. The Niners are next at -195. Would you care to take a shot who the 3rd betting favorite is to win their division?
Atlanta.
You're right. Atlanta's -140. The Eagles are -125.
The disrespect for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You're damn right.
4 straight playoff appearances, 3 straight division titles, and they're bums, I tell you. Nobody thinks anything of them.
You're getting 3-1 odds. Well, you're plus 300 on the Bucs to win their division.
I say it's worth a couple shekels.
You're not just whistling Dixie. I'm making that bet as we speak.
Look, it's you.
My second future bet on the Bucks. I've got them over 7.5 too.
So we need a win week 1 against Washington, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
But
Future
David,
bets are kind of annoying though, because if you only got X in your account and you place a bunch of future bets, you better be winning your other bets, or you've taken half your cash roll and you can't get any money back until the end of the season.
exactly. But then again, and we were counting on getting that Reds money back in baseball. Anyway,
It was a virtual lock.
Yes, was. Come on. It's a good-looking team on paper. You and I stare at that positive run differential every day and go, how come you guys suck then? But we digress. Hey, back to the NFL, now threatening to move their season up a week and compete with college football. And obviously they would do more than compete. And they're talking about literally a game a day for 5 days. A Thursday game, a Friday game, just like they're doing this week. By the way, how many people still have Peacock after the Olympics?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I just didn't shut it off. I probably could have shut it off for the month of August, but then I would have got it right back for the month of September. I'm like, you know what? Take my $8.
Okay. So they got you.
They've got me.
All right. So you're obviously going to watch the game Friday in Brazil, Eagles and Packers. Okay. Curious how many people, had it for the Olympics, ditched it, and now it's like, oh, you mean I can't see Friday's game? No, it's Peacock only. Just like that Dolphins-Chiefs playoff game, but that was a playoff game. A lot of us, 23 million of us, paid the piper to watch the playoff game. Does Eagles-Packers interest you enough to pay, what's it, $8, $9?
$8, I believe.
$8. Okay, $7.99. Is that worth $8 to you? And then I guess you also get what? Probably one other Notre Dame game, and who knows anything else.
I'm sure they'll be putting college football on there during the season. I would imagine that there'll be more college games coming to Peacock.
So remember that Packers-Eagles is Peacock only on Friday. But the NFL is talking about moving their season up a week when they go to 18 games because the college football ratings are really good. Really good. Wow. Maybe a few more people aren't going to the lake and the beach and what have you for the Labor Day weekend like they used to. Maybe we should be playing that weekend instead of pushing our season further and further back. The networks would prefer they push it.
But college football now owns Labor Day weekend, and if there's the opportunity to own something that another league owns, the NFL will easily take it from them. They giving up World Series Sundays or Monday night, and they fight the World Series. They don't care. They don't take days off. They used to.
Now they're even going to play games on Christmas on a Wednesday just to mess with the NBA and ruin their big day.
We already talked about what they're doing with the college football playoff and the schedule they stacked up against the college football playoff.
It's mind-boggling. I got to admit, I don't fully understand it. I get the power and ego part of it. I get that, but why would you want to be getting in the way of the college football product? And also, there is a chance. A few people will actually watch college football over you. You're not going to get maximum viewage by doing it this way. We'll do it again that third Saturday in December when there are college football playoff games. The NFL said, oh, really? How about Houston at Kansas City? And how about Pittsburgh at Baltimore at 1 and 4:30? We'll give you the night slot. We'll be generous. We'll give you that Saturday night. By the way, the Saturday night before Christmas. Kind of a big night in people's lives, Christmas parties and what have you. And the NFL said, well, college ball, we'll give you Saturday night. We'll take the day, thank you. Oh, you're going to try to schedule 2 games? It sucks for you. Because we're putting Mahomes and arguably the most heated rivalry in the sport up against you. I mean, what am I missing here?
Enough is never enough for the National Football League. They are the greediest league that there's ever been. They want it all. And they don't, we always thought that they would at least be conscious of college football because it's their free feeder system.
Yeah.
Free.
Yeah. Yes, free. And don't you want it to be as big and as popular as possible so that people can't wait for these guys to get to your league? I mean, think about it. We know everybody who enters your league. We don't know that with the other sports.
You could argue it's hurt the other sports. I mean, in the case of the NBA's grown globally. They're getting all kinds of money from their TV deals. They're the only league whose television numbers are going down.
Baxberg in our Twitch chat room says, I'll probably watch college football head-to-head against the NFL. That's the other thing. There are people who, there are parts of this country in which college football reigns supreme. They're going to watch the college football playoff. Birmingham, Alabama. Number 1, Columbus, Ohio. They're going to watch college football in those markets. I don't know. I get greed.
I'll be watching the playoff over the NFL games.
Okay, so if you're the NFL, I'm wasting a Mahomes game, and I'm wasting the Steelers and the Ravens against some real competition. Yeah, I'll beat it, but I ain't going to get the viewership that I normally would.
Well, that'll be, to me, the ultimate test on that Saturday, how the numbers shake out head-to-head. Because there are games of consequence. And, David, we've talked about this for a long time on the show. When there are games of consequence, people watch no matter what the sport is. So I'll be interested to see how that shakes out and how many people do watch the college football playoff.
Miller and Moulton. Now, they'll watch games of consequence, but will they watch a tennis match of consequence, Mark? Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Tacori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Man, we are high tech around here. I got to tell you. I mean, I closed the cover on the computer on the camera to put that screen on there. I mean, this is so public access TV. It's not even funny. Got a text going, love the Cape Corals, love the Cape Cops commercial. I bet Carmine is saying, why didn't I do that? So there's plenty of room, Sheriff. There's plenty of room.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 21 minutes past the hour. David Bearman, Pro Football Network, profootballnetwork.com. He will join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. He'll be followed by Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, and Chris Perkins as we roll along on this hump day. Our poll question at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, at Miller_Moulton on X. So the Chiefs have made 6 consecutive AFC title games. Who do you have winning the AFC this year? Chiefs or the field? Right now, 2/3 of you taking the field. I wonder if you have a specific team that you think is going to dethrone the Chiefs in the AFC, or if you're just playing the percentages.
And that's what I think the people are doing. Because as I pondered over the question, I'm like, who's beating them? Who's beating them in the playoffs?
I'm just going to throw this out there. Do you know Kelsey turns 35 next month?
He does.
I mean, do we think that he begins the downslide this year? Because there was a point last year where he looked a step slower, but they rested him the final week of the season. He didn't play, and he looked really good in the playoffs. I mean, he was great against the Ravens. They don't beat the Ravens without Travis Kelce. And he was huge in the Super Bowl. It helped that the guy that was guarding him blew out his Achilles in the second quarter. But he was terrific their final 2 games of the year. He was. But
they have a lot. I think they've got a lot more at receiver this year, which will help them out immensely. You know, Rice has developed into a pretty good, solid receiver. They bring Juju back, who's comfortable. Mahomes is comfortable with. They got the kid from Texas there, Worthy, that can stretch the field. So I think they're in a lot better position at receiver to start the season than they were a year ago.
They have no depth on the offensive line, and they've lost a couple of key depth pieces defensively. And remember, Snead left, and so they had to replace him. So I'm just wondering if the Chiefs below the surface are a little more vulnerable than we think. Not to lose the AFC West, but to go head-to-head with the rest of the AFC. You know, like Mark, if they don't get the 1 seed, do you think they can do what they did last year?
Oh, yeah, I do.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. So you think they can win 3 playoff games, 2 of them on the road this year, just like they did last year?
100%.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm just trying to, look at if it's CJ Stroud or Patrick Mahomes on the road, I'll go with Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I mean,
it's Tua or Mahomes.
No, hey, last 6 years, the only 2 quarterbacks he's lost to are Joe Burrow and Tom Brady. Brady beat him in a Super Bowl, beat him in an AFC title game, and Burrow beat him in an AFC title game. I mean, that's it.
And Travis Kelce bought a horse because it had the same name as his girlfriend. I mean, it's all lining up, David.
Well, you know me and celebrity relationships, okay? I think they're going the distance. I've thought that from the beginning.
You have. You've been very consistent with that. About a few months in, you said this is it for both of them.
Yeah, they're getting married. They are. They're going to get married next summer. Yeah, going to squeeze it in right before the next football season. Oh yeah.
She'll need a break from touring.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's been on tour for about 2 years now, it seems.
Well, not only that, she's. I mean, if he's going to be 36 in October, I think she's 34. I mean.
I think they're the same age.
Okay, so just saying. But I just wonder if the Chiefs are a little more vulnerable around the edges, underneath the surface, than maybe we're giving them credit for. But that's our poll question. Are you betting against the Chiefs in the AFC, or are they going to go back to their 3rd straight Super Bowl and their, what would it be, 5th in 6 years? Remarkable. Just remarkable.
couple of texters already, showing off their bets, David. A lot of people showing their future bets to us on the text line, which I always appreciate.
Nice.
We were just talking about college football and the NFL matching up against one another in the playoff. Texter says, I'll watch the college playoff game over the NFL. I'd only watch if my team was playing.
So what do you do if you're college football? Right now, because we know they're not going to get rid of their conference championship games the first Saturday of December. It's a cash grab. They ain't giving it up. Even if, by the way, what is interesting is, will some teams play their way out of the playoffs? Will a 10-2 team lose their conference championship game, fall to 10-3, and lose their spot in the playoff? Or will they have it secure because technically they were the second best team in the conference? I'll be curious to see if conference championship games are helping schools and conferences get bids or hurting schools and conferences.
I think it's going to depend, David. I do think let's just bring up Missouri, who doesn't play the most difficult SEC schedule.
No, they do not.
If they get into the game against Georgia and they get goat rodeoed, it would hurt them.
Sure.
Right. If Alabama gets to the SEC championship game and they've already played Georgia once, maybe they beat them, then I don't think it would hurt them. But I do think for the Iowas, for the Missouris, Miami, for the ACC to get two, I think that the conference championship game could mean something to some of these teams.
So the one place that college football has not gone yet, and for as much as the NFL is trying to take over the world, the NFL is prohibited by law, amazingly enough. By law, the NFL cannot play games on the second Saturday of December. They have to wait until the third Saturday of December, which this year is the 21st. It's as late as it could be. So if you're college football going forward, they've yet to schedule the playoff games the week after the conference championship game. There's 2 or 3 minor bowls that are now scheduled that second Saturday in December, and Army-Navy. And college football is waiting almost 2 full weeks, Mark, from conference championship Saturday to start scheduling their playoff games. Now that the NFL is going head-to-head in scheduling with them with the playoff, do you either have to, A, move your games up a week and say to Army-Navy, sorry, don't know what to tell you, we need the week? Or B, you got Monday Night Football, if you know what I mean, like this year, you have Monday Night Football on the, 17th, I think it is, or 16th. And then you've got, do you schedule your playoff games Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday? Your Saturday game being at night because the NFL is playing 2 marquee games at 1 and 4:30. Instead of jamming your 4 games in on that Friday, Saturday, the 20th and 21st, and having the NFL compete with 2 of the 4 games, do you say, you know what? We'll avoid you. We'll just take that middle week there. We'll play Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll even give Amazon their night. And then we'll play Friday, Saturday. Remember, these are home games. Or they could be. No, these would be home games. This is the 5, 12, 6, 11, 7, 10, 8, 9 games, Mark.
Would give, to me, even more home field advantage because I don't know how many people are going to travel midweek to see their team play for a one-off. That's a lot involved in that to get to that game if you're traveling to wherever for a Tuesday night game. I mean, think about it. Notre Dame's hosting, trying to get there for a Tuesday. Not easy.
College football playoff, baby.
I got you.
It's a home game, baby.
No. I'm with you. It just makes it very difficult. But from a television standpoint, I think it works.
Oh, it worked big. David Bearman, Pro Football Network. Next. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
Mark
Moulton.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Just got a text from a buddy of mine that laid 2 large bets down on the Bengals to win the Super Bowl and the AFC Championship.
Ooh. Our buddy Bob Garrett would be going nuts up in heaven. Nuts. Morning, Coach Grizzle. What's up, Chad? DC, it's not fear. It's trying to get the most eyeballs for your product and appeasing sponsors and I mean, why go head to head with the NFL when you don't have to? Remember, it's a TV show. We hear you, Chad. We hear you, Coach.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Seth Everett joins us then. Bud Elliott joins us 1 hour from now. Chris Perkins, who covers the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel, will join us at the top of the Diamond District bonus hour. This part of the show brought to you by Floor Meisters. Next to Costco in Naples, Floor Meisters, keeping it real. A reminder, our poll question: Chiefs have made 6 straight AFC title games. Will they make it back to the Super Bowl for a third year in a row? Who are you taking in the AFC, Chiefs or the field? Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. David Bearman, Chief Content Officer, Pro Football Network, ProFootballNetwork.com, who's on a college football heater, nearly 70% against the number, Mr. Bearman. Follow him on X, David Bearman PFN, David Bearman, Bearman PFN. Congratulations on your start to the season there, sir.
All right, what's the storyline as we head into the NFL season that has you most intrigued right now, David?
Can the Chiefs do it again? I firmly believe this team is better than last year's team. I didn't think the Chiefs were the best team in football last year, yet they knew how to win. Sometimes that's all it takes in sports, is to be the team that knows how to win at the end. And it's not necessarily the best team in the league that wins every single year. But I do think the Chiefs are actually better this year all around, top to bottom. Like they last year, you had Kadarius Toney at wide receiver, and this team's winning Super Bowls. So your poll question of, do you take Kansas City or the field? Mathematically, as a bettor, as someone who does sports betting, I would take the field because you're getting 31 teams. So that makes no sense. But as who do I think is going to win the Super Bowl? I would say the Kansas City Chiefs, because they are the best team. They have the best coach and they have the best quarterback. And that's what it takes in today's NFL. But the intriguing question is who will stop them. We had an article yesterday on ProFootballNetwork.com written by Dallas Robinson, who I believe was on your show a few weeks ago, asked that very question. If the Chiefs don't three-peat, who would it be? So that to me is the most intriguing question.
Well, and we just stick with the AFC with our poll question, and I'm just curious, who is the team that you think has the best shot in the AFC to dethrone the Chiefs?
In the AFC, I would go with the lone team that has beaten Pat Mahomes so far in this era that's not has a Tom Brady on it, and that would be the Cincinnati Bengals. If you go back to the start of the Pat Mahomes era, he's lost to Tom Brady in New England and Tom Brady in Tampa. And other than that, the only other team that has beaten them is Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals when they were fully healthy. And this team is a very good team, and this is assuming that Jamar Chase plays. So you have to assume that he suits up, or whether he gets a contract extension or not, that he plays. But with Joe Burrow healthy, this team has made it to back-to-back AFC title games versus the Chiefs. They split it. They won one year and went to the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs won the other year and won the Super Bowl. I think that's the team that can beat the Chiefs and can challenge the Chiefs. There are other teams, obviously the Baltimore Ravens were there last year, and you have the Miami Dolphins and Buffalo Bills and potentially the Jets in the East. I don't think anybody who comes out of the South is going to be strong enough, although Houston and Indy and Jacksonville are good teams. But I look at it, I think it's either Baltimore or Cincinnati. The winner of the AFC North is the team that I think challenges the Chiefs. The only problem with the Ravens is they don't win the big game. That's been the story of the Lamar Jackson era, is that they don't win the big game under him. They haven't had much playoff success, not winning last year at home. So if I was going to choose between Baltimore and Cincinnati, I would choose Cincinnati.
Well, the Bills have been dominating the AFC East, and now we've got a Dolphins team that's chomping at the bit to win a division. Aaron Rodgers healthy for now with the Jets. When you look at that division, do you think it's the Dolphins' division to lose this year?
I do, and if you just go back to last year, they had a 3-game lead with 5 to go before doing what the Dolphins like to do in December and January and fade away. You know, all you do is you beat Tennessee on Monday night at home, one of the worst teams in the league, or don't blow a 2-touchdown lead to Tennessee at home, one of the worst teams in the league on Monday night, and you win that division. It doesn't come down to Week 18 versus Buffalo. I think it is the division to lose. They did that last year and lost it, and I think the Bills will take a little bit of a step back. And you mentioned Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, and listen, the Jets are going to be better just by the simple fact that they were not a very good team last year with Rodgers having played 4 plays and getting injured. I think the Jets will be better. They've added pieces on offense, and they will be a better team than last year with Rodgers coming back. But I think what people have forgotten is the last time we saw Aaron Rodgers play a full season, he didn't have a very good year. It wasn't MVP Rodgers. It was last year in Green Bay Rodgers. They missed the playoffs, losing on that Sunday night football game at home to Detroit. And they weren't very good. Rodgers gets shipped to New York, and then he gets injured. You're not going to see 37-year-old Aaron Rodgers this year. You're going to see 40-something-year-old Aaron Rodgers. There's only one quarterback in the history of the NFL to do anything in his 40s, and that's Tom Brady, as we know. So it's going to come to what Aaron Rodgers you see, 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers coming off an Achilles injury. I think the defense is good enough. I'm just not convinced Rodgers and the offense can do what they need to do to win that division. I ultimately do think it comes down to Dolphins Jets Week 18 in the Meadowlands, which, you know, could go either way. But I think that's what that division comes down to, because I think the Bills will take a step back, and it's the Dolphins division to lose. And if the Jets are good enough, they'll compete with the Dolphins in the end.
And the Dolphins, I believe, with 2 cold weather road games to end the season. Can they win in December and early January? A, and B, can they do it away from home? David Bearman, Chief Content Officer, Pro Football Network, profootballnetwork.com. Follow him on X, David Bearman, PFN, David Bearman, Bearman, PFN. You know, the Niners have made 4 of the last 5 NFC Championship games. Okay, and we were wondering earlier, I mean, you know, which conference powerhouse gets dethroned first this year? How do you feel about the Niners getting back to at least the NFC title game this year?
Well, if you were to go back and replay my interviews from the beginning of every season, probably for over those 5 years, I've been one not picking the 49ers and being wrong every year on that end. And I can't seem to figure them out. I don't think they're that good, but yet they seem to be winning with Mr. Irrelevant at quarterback, with a running back who gets injured from time to time, with 2 wide receivers who are not happy to be there, and injuries across the board. So you give credit to Kyle Shanahan and what he has done with that team. And top to bottom, they are pretty loaded. But to be honest, and I'll say it again, I like other teams in the NFC. I know I've been wrong, but like I like Detroit. I like Philadelphia. And listen, to me, it's a 3-team race. I think Philadelphia, Detroit, and San Francisco is what competes in the end. Do I think San Francisco gets back to the NFC title game? Yes, I do think they do, but I think they lose to Detroit this time. People have a short memory, but those who want to go back to last January, Detroit had a 17-point lead on the road in San Francisco. Again, a team that had not been there before, a team that didn't know how to win. I think they learned their lesson. San Francisco has been there, know what it takes, and gets to the Super Bowl. They've done everything but win it. I think Detroit gets home field this year. If you look at their schedule, I'm not as impressed with the division as other people are with Green Bay and Chicago. I think it's good, but not as great as people think. I think the West with San Francisco and Philadelphia taking, a little bit of struggles here and there. I think Detroit gets the 1 seed, and if it goes through the Motor City, I think Detroit wins this year in a repeat. I would expect a repeat conference title game this time in Detroit with San Francisco. Just like in the AFC, I think it'll be either Baltimore, Cincinnati versus Kansas City again.
Can't even imagine that town if they're hosting an NFC championship game. I really cannot. The Bucs have just won the division here for several years in a row, and yet Atlanta's the 3rd betting favorite to win their division in football. That surprised me that the bettors are that high on the Atlanta Falcons. I'm not. I'm still high on the Bucs. Where do you sit on the NFC South?
I 100% agree with you. I actually previewed the NFC South on VSiN a few weeks ago and said the exact same thing you did. With all due respect to Kirk Cousins and the new head coach and Raheem Morris, I don't think the Atlanta Falcons are remarkably better than they were last year. And last year, this was a division that was won by a 9-8 Bucs team, who was the same team coming back. So even if you give the Bucs 9 wins again, I don't see the Falcons improving that much to the point where the Bucs are plus 300 to win the division. And I know we're getting into the minutia of betting odds, but the value right there with the Falcons being the odds-on favorite minus 130, 140, the value is on the defending champion Bucs at plus 310, plus 320. Now, can the Falcons go and win the division? Of course they can. Again, it was a 9-win division last year. Anybody can win it, except for the Carolina Panthers. They probably could too, depending on what year it is. But I think the value is on the Bucs from a betting point of view, and I have taken the Bucs. I think it's a toss-up. I think either team can win, and I wouldn't sleep on the Saints either, who were my darlings last year that let me down in the end, although they did tie. I know you don't give banners for losing tiebreakers, but both teams did get 9 wins. At the end of the day, Tampa's the more consistent team. Tampa's the team that's been there before. Tampa's the team that has the healthy quarterback. You don't know what you get with Kirk Cousins off the injury from last year. And I just don't think they're remarkably better. It is a new coach, and I know they're talented with London and Pitts and Bijan, but we also haven't seen them do anything yet. So is it the coach, Arthur Smith, that held them back, or is it the players not as good as we think they are? Yet to be seen. We do know one thing. We know this Tampa team can do it and has done it, and I think I would bet them to win it again.
3 teams last year had winning records and missed the playoffs: Seattle, New Orleans in the NFC, Cincinnati in the AFC. All right, because you pay attention to the numbers, at least 5, if not 6, new playoff teams every year. And right now you've got, Cincy, Baltimore, the Chiefs, San Francisco, Detroit, Philly, Tampa Bay, and the South. I mean, that's a lot of last year chalk there, Mr. Bearman. I mean, who's going to be the newcomers?
I'll go with Cincinnati since they were not in the playoffs last year, and that number you threw out there. Also, people forget when those numbers get out there. A lot of those teams that come back didn't make it the year before because of a Joe Burrow type injury. So I get that number, and it's totally accurate. And every year something happens in the NFL that does that, but people forget the reason that number flips like that is you could have a team go to the Super Bowl or AFC title game, have one injury to a quarterback, win 7 games the next year, quarterback's healthy, all of a sudden they're back in the playoffs next year. So that happens a lot. So I'm going to go with Cincinnati as one of them. Other teams that I think could go from out to in, and I'm not going to be 100% right with the ones I just gave you. There will be some misses there. I think the Jets can make a wild card play. I think that would be one of them. I believe the Indianapolis Colts did not make the playoffs last year, so I think the Colts are a team that can challenge. as well as Jacksonville. But one of those teams is going to win the division, and one of the teams is going to get in with a wild card. So count one there. I think in the NFC, it's probably going to be Philly and Dallas again. Chicago could challenge Green Bay behind Detroit, and I think the Seattle and the Rams will be a toss-up as well. Could go either way, and then you're getting 3 or 4 more new teams in there this year.
Well, and Mark, I misspoke. There are actually 5 teams with winning records last year because both the Colts and the Jags went 9-8 and both missed the playoffs. So we had 5 teams with winning records last year who missed the playoffs.
And David, you have Dallas making the playoffs. That's a team I've been hemming and hawing on whether or not they're going to make the postseason. What do you think of the Cowboys? With everything that's going on in the offseason, does it really matter now that they've got CD back and Dak's going to get signed whenever they feel like it?
I think it's a combination of that team being too talented and the NFC not being that strong. I do think Dallas makes the playoffs. I don't think it's a lock. I don't think they win the division. We joke about how the NFC East has a different team win the division every single year. And people already will forget that Dallas won the division last year during the Eagles' collapse. I don't see Dallas coming back and winning 12 games. I would hem and haw with you on that. I think they'd win like 10. But they're too talented to not make the playoffs because they have talent across the board. They have a really good defense. You got Dak and CD there. They have problems at running back. I do think they win 10 games. The division is crap outside of Philadelphia. They'll sweep the Giants and the Commanders. So I think they make it. I think the Eagles win 11-12, and the Cowboys do win 10 and make it as a wild card, which is what should have happened last year had the Eagles not collapsed.
10-1, and they didn't repeat as division champs. It was a remarkable collapse. David Bearman, Pro Football Network, ProFootballNetwork.com. Remember, start of the year, he's on a heater with college football, so make sure you pay attention. Follow him on X at David Bearman PFN. David Bearman PFN. David, thanks for your time. Be well. Hopefully, we'll talk again.
Will do. Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
David Bearman, Pro Football Network. And Matt Canada and the gang at ProFootballNetwork.com. We've been with them since the beginning, literally when they were a startup.
And they've been good to us, giving us guests every week, and will continue to do so throughout the football season.
Seth Everett will join us next. Bud Elliott in 45 minutes. He didn't have a Moulton-like start to the college football season, but I don't think he was in fuego week 1 college football season. We'll get Bud's thoughts on what's going on, particularly what's going on in Tallahassee.
Up north in Florida, it's not good, David.
No, north of I-4.
No.
It's not good at all. Miller and Moulton. Chris Perkins, by the way, to start the bonus hour to talk Dolphins. But Seth Everett is next. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. Juggling. Doing iHeart this morning. But there's a nice break. So, do you guys ever watch the show on? It's from the History Channel, but I watch it on Hulu. The Food That Built America.
I've seen episodes.
Oh my God. I just saw the one on the invention of the Pop-Tart, the accidental invention of the Eggo waffle, and the absolutely hysterical story behind Cocoa and Fruity Pebbles.
Now that I'm into. Now I got to
So
see that.
Well, you
they were
had me at
trying to compete with Fruit Loops, and one guy just decided to just crush them. And they were little, and he goes, they're pebbles. So they release them as pebbles, and no one buys them because they look gross. And the Flintstones was wrapping up its original run. It was about to go into syndication. And they're like, what if we do a licensing deal? And that's before licensing was a thing. And they marry Fred Flintstone to Fruity Pebbles, and voila, $1 billion. Oh, wow. It's just those stories floor me.
Well, was it Cornflakes was an accident?
Yep.
The one that they did on the, because they were brothers at a sanitarium or whatever it was.
Yeah, a mental institution. Yeah. They came up with cornflakes by accident.
By total accident.
Yep. That show is riveting.
Wow. I'm enjoying this. You haven't even gotten into the Pop-Tart. I mean, you've had me at the edge of my seat since the Pop-Tart.
and then the one I saw before that, over the weekend, I saw the mac and cheese. It was because of the war, and they had all this processed powdered cheese, and it was waste, and they didn't know what to do with it, and they had this idea to put it in a packet, and put some cheap pasta together and craft mac and cheese.
All because of World War II?
Yeah. The war effort. And then when the war ends, they had a surplus of this powdered cheese was something that they could ship. Second.
So we saved Western civilization as we knew it and invented mac and cheese?
And invented mac and cheese. I know.
Man,
I want to do a podcast.
Good.
I want to do a podcast on the food that built America. I just don't think anybody would listen.
You don't think anyone would listen?
I don't know.
This is the most interesting 3 minutes you've had in years. Are you kidding? Seth, I don't know about you. We have found people don't care when we talk sports on this show. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But if we were to give away free T-shirts, they'd come out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
Do a poll question on sports. Nothing. Do a poll question. What's your favorite Pop-Tart? 4 times the answers.
That's great.
All right. 20 seconds, guys.
listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And it's that day and time where we welcome our buddy, Seth Everett. He of Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at, Seth _Everett. That's how you do that thing. We were just talking. It's another reason to check us out occasionally, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. We just did the best 5 minutes we've ever done with Seth Everett. And we've had him on the show for over 15 years. And we were talking about food. You have never been more interesting and more compelling in your life, sir, ever. This is what you should talk to your students about. Okay, podcasts, whatever, the internet, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
blah, blah.
Talk about the Pop-Tart, okay? You'd have them at Pop-Tart.
The History Channel does these shows, the Built America shows, and I watched the toys that built America, and that was good, but then I moved to the food that built America. And oh my God, it's so much fun. So much fun. It is a gripping show. And it's for me, it's the Disney Plus because of the Hulu connection or whatever. And I watch it and I get starving. I'm starving watching this show. I want Cocoa Pebbles more than anything right now.
Who doesn't? I mean, just, keep it all together, Seth. Don't get the munchies off of the food that built America. I don't know what the laws are in Jersey, but just stay away from the cannabis because that's going to really hurt you.
Oh no, that's legal here.
Well, and
no, it's just going to hurt the munchies, Seth. I don't care whether or not you do it. If you're watching this show with that, it could be over. You're gonna, it could be boxes of Fruity Pebbles.
Isn't that, by the way, one of the early married decisions that you have to make? So what kind of cereal are we going for the kids? Are we going to go the sugary stuff, the stuff we ate as kids, or are we going to try to actually have them eat something healthier? Don't you think that's one of the first big married kid decisions that you make?
Well, we had that conversation about 5 years ago when we found out my daughter has celiac. She has to go gluten-free. And on the box of Cocoa Pebbles, they have this in big bold letters, gluten-free. And I was like, gluten-free? It's rice cereal. This is perfect. I said to my daughter, I said, you will never go hungry. This should be a staple in your house.
Did it get past the wife?
No, my kid wasn't interested in it. The Flintstones isn't necessarily a show that was on in our house.
No, I've got you, but you put the put them in the bowl. That should change everything.
Big-nosed, barefoot guy on the box.
Seth, you had a Brontosaurus burger that was so big it tipped the car over, okay? How could this not appeal to kids of any generation?
Any generation, that's right. The dynamic between Fred and Barney is riveting.
You started the car by pedaling your feet, okay? It's the total opposite of the Jetsons.
That's right. It was the opposite of the Jetsons. I love the movie when the Jetsons met the Flintstones. Oh my God, that was so much fun.
Did they do it on Gilligan's Island? That's all I want to know.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Okay, so, some of these conversations, he actually then books guests and does it himself and makes money off of it. Follow him on X at Seth _Everett. Hey, in all seriousness, so we talk to you about sports and technology from time to time. So, like in New York, you have complained bitterly. You're a New Jersey Devils fan, and getting access to their games can be tricky when you have cut the cord. And so apparently the two big RSNs, if you will, in New York are going to try to combine forces on an app.
Yeah.
Okay. First off, is that really where we're headed?
Yeah,
okay. In other major cities. And secondly, how much would you pay for that?
Well, I looked at it. I wanted to do some math, and I'm actually going to do some math. First of all, I hope the interface improves. That's my biggest argument. For any streaming service, I've always said, you've seen Netflix, copy that technology, put your own content on there. Don't copy their content, but copy their format. The MSG app is terrible. And what I'm hoping is this new Gotham app would just be a better interface. Now, the math part of this is I am barely a baseball person, right? I watch, but I barely watch. So my argument is, would 8 months of this app be cheaper monthly for the 8 months that the Devils are playing versus the annual money? And the annual money, it's obviously discounted per month. It might behoove, or it might be so close it's negligible, to then now I'll have Yes, which I haven't had for a while now. And it's an interesting observation for me. It's also very interesting that SNY in New York, I mean, this is just a New York story, is not part of this. But SNY makes their service available on Hulu and some of the other streaming services. And it's a totally different model, whereas MSG and Yes seem to be married together. I'm very interested in it. I pray it just works. Don't ask me for my password every game. I promise you, no one is hacking me.
Seth, you seem a little angry over this password thing.
Make it a fun password. Make it like Cocoa Pebbles or something.
Get some Pebbles.
Now,
if I had Pebbles in my house, this segment would be over.
Oh, it would be. We'd just be listening to you slurping them up as you're going on. Shake the bowl, shake the box a couple of times. Call it a day.
I would just pour it right out of the box.
Chase it with a shot of milk. Exactly. Do you see now, because they're bundling some of these services there, like YouTube TV, which is what I have. They don't seem to be in any eager spot to add anything. Like what you see is what you get. And that's what I'm finding with these different streaming services. Hulu has things that YouTube TV doesn't have. I'm sure that, was it Fubo or whatever, has things that others don't have. You've got enough live TV services out there, but they're not seeming to be adding networks. Is there anything that you look for? MLB Network's not on YouTube TV. So
you don't get it. And it's weird because if on MLB.TV, all they do in between the innings is promo shows on MLB Network that not everybody has access to. It's very, very awkward. One thing that I am going to work on this week in terms of technology, this was something on social media when people were losing their minds about the Big Ten Network and Comcast. In Oregon and Washington, they're blacked out. It's kind of like what happened with baseball and Comcast in Florida. And people were losing their mind. Here are the Huskies and the Ducks, their first time in the Big Ten, and you can't see them. And what people have been commenting, so I posted, just cut the cord already. Just cut the cord. Get rid of this. Don't be beholden to Comcast or DirecTV. Sorry, I misspoke. It's DirecTV and the Big Ten Network. And what people told me is my buddy Daryl Ryder, who's a reporter, covers the Cleveland Browns in Cleveland. He said that he bought these modern antennas that you can connect to your television via HDMI. And the antenna will get CBS, NBC, Fox, ABC. In New York, it'll get WPIX. And you can do that and then drop Hulu Live. See, I pay for Hulu Live, and I think it's a waste. For my wife to see 15 minutes of the Today Show is, to me, idiotic, not $80 worth. And to me, I would drop Hulu Live. And these antennas are $30. So I bought one on Amazon. When it comes, I am plugging it in. And if I can see that Today Show, bye-bye Hulu Live.
Well, it'll be interesting. Also, I believe the DirecTV, ESPN, Disney dispute is still ongoing, right?
Right. Well, Fubo sued them. And this Venue Sports, which is what it's called, VENU, I don't think it ever gets off the ground. I don't think Venue Sports, and that's the Turner, Fox and ESPN combined app, and Fubo is saying it totally takes their marketplace, and they won, which is it's in appeal now. I don't think Venue Sports ever happens. I do think direct to consumer ESPN happens probably in 2025.
And right now, though, if you're a DirecTV customer, you can't get ESPN. And obviously, they got this little thing coming up on Monday called Monday Night
Oh,
Football.
right. Yeah, that's the other one. Right.
Yeah.
It was the Seattle one, and then this ESPN, and it was right in the middle of the U.S. Open, which was
It was but you live in the New York metropolitan area where they still care about that. They don't care about it in the rest of the country, but it was right before USC LSU, which a decent amount of the country actually wanted to watch. They didn't care about the tennis, but it was right before USC LSU. And now Monday Night Football, this happened a couple years ago. Okay. And it got settled literally 90 minutes before kickoff of the first Monday night game of the year.
I know.
Okay,
That's when I went on social media and I was just screaming to cut the cord.
So Miller and Moulton with Seth Everett of Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. All right, what do you got?
Sports with Friends is my buddy Andrew Catalan, starting his 13th season as an NFL announcer with CBS. We did a whole NFL preview segment where we talked about the new rules and what he was like in the CBS training room when they were explaining the kickoff rules, and how he had all kinds of questions, but he let Tony Romo ask everything. So he looks smart. It was a great segment of the podcast. And then Hall of Justice is a gentleman, podcaster who was a journalist for 13 years at Entertainment Weekly. His name is Mark Bernardin. He does a show with Kevin Smith, and he is now a screenwriter. He writes TV and movies, and he is launching a Kickstarter to make his first sci-fi, independently published feature film, and he's doing it with the help of Kevin Smith. And I promised both of them I would put Mark on the podcast. He's a fascinating guy. Mark Bernardin is on Hall of Justice.
There you go. Sports with Friends Hall of Justice with our buddy Seth Everett. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, safe travels if you're teaching this week, and all the best to the family. We'll do it next week.
Yabba dabba do.
See, we could count on you. We could count on
Very
you.
nice.
Wrap everything up in a
Very
ribbon.
nice.
Well
First
done.
time Yabba dabba do's ever been said on Twitch.
First time it's ever been said on this show, too.
It's definitely the first time it's ever been said on Miller and Moulton. Okay. And while your stock may have gone down with some of our listeners, it went up with the hosts.
That's all that matters.
For what it's worth.
I think that's an inevitability.
Bud Elliott will join us in 25 minutes. Chris Perkins to talk Dolphins at the top of the bonus hour right here, Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I loved Flintstone vitamins.
My daughter still takes them.
Love them.
My daughter doesn't ever do cereal. I don't know if my daughter's ever had a sugary cereal.
Are you proud, or do you feel that's a failing?
Little of both.
Now, I'll say this. So we sent our daughter to a preschool, and they were all about healthy eating. And they won the battle because our daughter grew up and she did not want the sugary stuff. She wanted that. Now, the most unhealthy thing I could get her to eat was she loved Subway and she loved the chicken wraps, the grilled chicken wraps at McDonald's. Those are the two. That's the most unhealthiest stuff that she ate. And I don't know if I ate anything that was that healthy. While that
my daughter thinks McDonald's is horrible, and I love her for it.
Right. Well, I have to admit, I mean, the grilled chicken wraps were a go-to. I mean, we the two of us would pull in. That's 5 chicken wraps right there. 3 for me, 2 for her. I mean, boom. I hate it. I think they're bringing them back next year. I don't know why they got rid of them.
She loves candy. I mean, my daughter has no problem doing the candy. There's a candy store near my mother-in-law's house, like an old school candy store on the main street. $5, you get a box. You can put anything in the box for $5. You get a little box and just crank it full. All sour stuff. All sour stuff.
Ooh, I was not a sour stuff.
I wasn't either. That's very popular these days. That's funny. And Michael, I guarantee my daughter's never had Taco Bell. Ever. She's 10, by the way. But see, I won't go to a Taco Bell when there's 75 choices for great tacos around me that are authentic.
Including the gas station.
Just damn right. She'll go to the gas station with me. That's a taco. We found a better place, though. We've improved upon that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a place up by 3 Oaks Park there is really good. Dos Saboros or something like that. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Thanks so much for being with us on this hump day. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question. So is anybody going to dethrone the Chiefs in the AFC? I mean, they've made 6 consecutive AFC championship games. They've won 4 of them. They're going to make their 7th consecutive AFC title game. And even if they do, who's going to beat them? Or are the Chiefs going back to the Super Bowl for the 3rd year in a row? And, you know, you got almost the same situation in the NFC. I mean, the Niners have made 4 of the last 5 NFC championship games. And obviously the 2 have met in 2 Super Bowls. The Niners have had 2 fourth-quarter leads and lost.
It's now you start looking at what teams are going to crash the party.
Mm-hmm.
But
Like,
typically a team that crashes the party, that's a first-time playoff team, doesn't get to the championship game, although Detroit did a year ago.
Correct. And Detroit fit in that category of a winning team the year before who missed the playoffs because they were 9-8 2 years ago. They knocked Green Bay out of the playoffs, also made them 9-8. But Detroit lost the tiebreaker to Seattle because Seattle beat them head-to-head, and Seattle went as the 7th seed and not the Lions. We have 5 teams this year who had winning records. So think about that. We got our 14 playoff teams, and we also had 5 other teams win 9 games. I mean, we got New Orleans, Seattle in the NFC, Jacksonville, Indy, Cincinnati in the AFC. So we had 19 teams with a winning record in the NFL last year.
And I think New Orleans takes a huge step back.
Okay.
I mean, I have them maybe winning 6-7 games this year. With Indianapolis and Jacksonville, I'm having trouble buying the Indianapolis Colts. I don't trust their quarterback.
Yeah, me too. And so that's one of the few that I think we're going to be in the same end of the pool together. Sink or swim. We're both picking bad things for the Colts.
The Jags, I'm not sure on. I don't know how much better the Jags got from last year to this year, but their quarterback play has to be better. If not, if their quarterback play isn't markedly better, then they made a mistake paying Trevor Lawrence all the money they paid him. Because last year he was banged up.
He was. And his play dropped off because of it. Their offensive line play was not good last year. You know, the 2 teams meeting this Sunday, and we're going to talk to Chris Perkins about the Dolphins coming up at the top of the hour. Tomorrow at the top of the bonus hour, we'll talk with JP Shadrick, as we will every Thursday, and he's part of the Jags radio network. But the Jags and the Dolphins, to me, very similar teams. I think you see them similarly as well. And both teams will go as far as we think their offensive lines take them. The one thing they are talking about, and in Jacksonville, Mark, we're on Action News Jack Sports app, and we lead into Brent Martineau, the longtime sports guy for the CBS and Fox affiliate in Jacksonville. And he made a comment, and he's covered this team for 20 years. He made a comment the other day in which he said, this is the best room that they've had in a long time, that he feels as if the coach is not leading the team, that the room is actually in charge of the team.
And that's great news until you can't block.
I
mean,
no,
talk about the room all you want before the season starts. When the season starts, you need to block and tackle. And I'm not sure they can block. And if they can't block, then Trevor doesn't stay upright. And if Trevor doesn't stay upright, it's another bad year for the Jags.
You know, I hate when you go Mike Tyson on me. I really do. The whole everybody has a game plan till you get punched in the mouth. I mean, I hate when you do that. Come on. I was talking up the show that follows us, you know, just trying to give you some Jags insight from a Jags insider.
It's great insight. And I guess the question I would ask Brent if he were on is, have you seen bad rooms turn out to be good teams? Or is this essential to having a good team?
As Pat Kerwin said yesterday, though, it is an interesting take that Khan, the Jags owner, has taken here. He's putting the pressure on his team. He's like, yeah, I've given you everything you need to win. It's time to win. Okay, I got to admit, I wish Stephen Ross had taken that approach instead of going, I love this team. We're Super Bowl contenders. Hey, Mr. Ross, I just have a question. How many playoff games have you guys won since you've owned the team?
And what was it? 4 losers from week 1 got into the playoffs?
Last year, yeah.
Ravens, Chiefs, week 1.
Right.
Packers, Eagles, week 1. Jags, Dolphins, week 1.
Right.
Steelers, Falcons, if you have hope for the Steelers, week 1. Colts, Texans, week 1. Cowboys and Browns, Rams and Lions, Jets and Niners. There are some marquee games week 1.
Now, of the 4 teams who lost week 1 last year and made the playoffs, 3 of the 4 lost to a playoff team. So there was only 1 week 1 loser last year to a non-playoff team that ultimately made the playoffs. That turned out to be the Jets, who ended up winning the game that Aaron Rodgers got hurt in because Josh Allen threw 3 second-half interceptions, and they got a punt return for a touchdown in overtime.
So our week 1 theory is going to be put to the test this year, David. It really is.
Very much so. We are making, by the way, our official NFL season-long picks on Friday. And we know that, yes, the Ravens and Chiefs play Thursday. Listen, we let Florida State and Georgia Tech play before we made our college picks, too. I mean, I really telling you right now, unless Lamar or Mahomes get hurt Thursday, our season picks are not going to change based on the outcome of Thursday night's game.
Put it this way, regardless of the outcome, the Kansas City Chiefs will win their division. And regardless of the outcome, the Baltimore Ravens will be a wild card team.
That's according to you.
That's according to me. I'll put that out there before the game. They're both playoff teams, no matter what happens, with barring injury to quarterback. But from a preseason standpoint, I see both of those teams making the postseason.
Bud Elliott coming up in about 10 minutes, by the way. Listen, all right, let me ask you this. We had a division last year in the NFL that had 3 playoff teams. It was the AFC North. If there is a division this year that gets 3 playoff teams, what division do you think it will be? Because obviously you got the NFC North that people are talking up the Bears to join the Lions and Packers. The AFC East. I've seen a lot of picks, Mark, this week with 3 playoff teams in the AFC East.
I dove hard into the AFC East yesterday, David. And that's the division at this moment in time that I would lean towards putting 3 in.
Woo, look at you. Look at you. So you're not ready to totally bail on the Bills then?
No, I am not.
Although you don't think they're going to win the division.
I do not think they're going to win the division. I've been on the record for a while saying that the Jets, Jets will win the AFC East.
AFC East crossover division, by the way, in the NFC is the West. AFC East plays the NFC West.
And I think that's a 1-team playoff division, the NFC West.
Right. You see the Rams falling back.
Just, they lost a lot.
Yeah, I will say, because I really wanted to jump on the Rams this year. Because I don't think the Niners are. I think the Niners and the Bills have both taken steps back. I really have.
Offense for the Niners is pretty difficult to stop, and they didn't lose a whole lot there.
Yeah, 4 of their offensive linemen are average, honestly. All right. Trent Williams is terrific, and the other 4 guys are just guys. Miller and Moulton. He's not just a guy. He is very good at what he does, and he's becoming hugely successful, despite appearing on Miller and Moulton for years. Bud Elliott is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey,
Hello,
what's up, bud?
What's going on, guys?
Another day.
Another day, man. Got just did 2 big game breakdowns yesterday on CBS. That was good. And today we're going to do Cyhawk, which we're not supposed to call El Assico, but because we get to do it on YouTube, we're going to call it El Assico for sure. And what's the other big game breakdown we're doing today? We are doing Tennessee, NC State.
What 2 did you do for CBS?
We did Texas and Michigan, and then we did Colorado and Nebraska.
Right on.
So
I like Nebraska.
I kind of do too. I don't like Nebraska's offensive coordinator, and I do like Matt Rule. So it's a weird combo. I don't think that Nebraska's DBs are that great. So I think they're gonna have to fight the pass game by throwing numbers at it, and I think they will dare Colorado to run into a light box because they have some real MFers up front on the D line who can probably eat double teams. And just will Colorado be patient enough? Can they actually win against a light box with that run game? And then I'm not allowing Colorado to hit those explosives on me. Period. Like, you have got to beat me in the red zone in a compressed area with a quarterback who's not a run threat and no real run game threat. Like, if your answer is Travis Hunter, that's a great answer against most teams, but you had to hit that easy button quite a few times in the red zone against North Dakota State. I mean, they threw him 6 targets in the red zone against an FCS team. Like, people are going to know that. Nebraska has one really good corner. The other kid, I'm not so sure about. So I think in the red zone, you probably travel the corner, you put him on Travis.
How good's that Horn kid that had he had 198 yards too. Is he?
I mean, they're good. Like Horn killed it for Sanford Seminole, right? The school up here by me in Orlando. Like, he was a kid people weren't sure was going to qualify. You know, he got into USF. He killed it in the state title game. Like, he's a good player, and he's like their 3 because they have Wester and they have the kid they took from Vanderbilt, and they also have obviously Travis. I don't know if I trust Nebraska's offense.
Okay. How'd the CBS Sports Network pregame show go?
I'm actually not on it. I'm on the graphic, but I
was going to say,
I think it's I've been promoting it. I think it is a really good alternative to game day. Like, I don't know if they can scale it quite like game day because it's really more for the diehards. Like, there's not features on there. Like, we're not pretending to have a tailgate on air, which again, like, if you're gonna scale it and capture the casuals, you have to do stuff like that. I think this is more like, let's pick off some of the diehard share, right? People that really are interested in like the games, the gambling, that kind of stuff. Which I think probably aligns pretty well with people who are watching a CBS Sports app on a Saturday morning. So
I'd agree. Okay,
but I thought it was good. It is better than last year. Last year was the first time for anything's going to be a little clunky, and I think it's better produced this year. Like, it's more organized. That we get in and out of stuff faster, but not in a rushed way. It was good. My thing is, like, our Saturday night episode crushes. And I told him, like, I'm locked in. I've got 4 TVs and 4 monitors. Like, I'm watching games, and like, I'm the producer of that show for so I'm watching 12 hours of games, and then we go live, close to midnight. Like, I'm not trying to do a pregame show as well on top of that. Like, if I have to be locked in, because our producer is great, but he's a combat sports producer. Like, from a technical standpoint, he's awesome, but he just doesn't know college football. So if I'm not producing it, you know.
Right.
So, but I'm super happy we have him, obviously, because he's crushed it for us. Trains run on time. Like the YouTube's been like he's doing a great job. Just you know, and I used to run news desk in part at SB Nation, so I know how to write a headline that's going to pop on YouTube. So I write the headlines. He puts them on. We cut the stuff. You know, let's make some money.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's his day and time every week. Bud Elliott, man, he might be busier than us, Mark. And the two of us have like 19 jobs each keeping this show afloat. But 24/7 Sports, the CBS Sports family, Cover 3, no cast. Follow him on X at Bud Elliott 3, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3. Bud, thanks for doing this. We appreciate it. Listen, we got to hit you where you live a little bit here. What is going on in Tallahassee?
Not a lot of efforts going on. I would say it seems like we knew they had a bad week of practice. After watching the Georgia Tech game, I thought they had some correctable stuff, and that they would bounce back and probably smoke Boston College. And I got off that prediction pretty quick because the week of practice was just unfocused. I think you got some infighting. Norvell referenced to that after the fact, like the lack of player leadership, which sounds like a cop-out, but I'm not really sure it is, right? I mean, you get Nick Saban, who knows what a roster is supposed to look like, and he goes on game day and says, like, yeah, that's what's supposed to look like. That's a top 5 looking roster in the sport. You know, you get Pete Thamel, who's talking to these NFL scouts and saying, you know, the scouts tell me that's the best defensive line in the country. Well, offensive lines know that, and they're just doubling the heck out of these D tackles, and the backers aren't firing. They're not trusting their eyes at all. Like, that's a position Florida State has recruited quite poorly in recent years out of the high school level, and I think they busted on a couple of their transfers they took this year. So if you want to boil it down, I don't think your best players are very good leaders because you don't recruit high school very well relative to like a Georgia, Bama, type level program. You're sort of, you don't have a lot of leverage when it comes to like who you want to keep on your roster and who you want to let walk, because the drop off is pretty significant. So you have to kind of, pay up for some of your talented guys who probably aren't good leaders, and then I think that their hit rate in the portal this year has fallen quite a bit. And ultimately, if you are not one of these teams that recruits at a really, really high level, but your goal is to play at that super high level, you're going to be at the mercy of your portal hit rate on a year-to-year basis. And they have had an unreal hit rate for 2 years in a row, and this year it's not what they've had.
And that's the risk that you said with the portal. You can't ultimately test leadership in the portal. You can look at film all you want. You can see what a player's talents are, but until he's in your room, you don't know what type of person that is. And that's the risk that you take.
Also, I mean, DJU has been much worse in games than he is in practice. I do not think that they anticipated that he would play like that in games. Like, this is noticeably worse in games than he was at Oregon State. And I mean, I know I said on the show, like, I thought Oregon State had better personnel around him than this version of the FSU offense does. But still, he's played noticeably worse than he did at Oregon State, than he did certainly in the 1 year at Clemson. And he's worse in games by an important, like a meaningful margin than he is in practice.
The significance of USC beating LSU, the SEC, unless you're going to give them credit for Vandy, beating Va-Tech, the SEC week 1 non-conference went 1-3 in the high-profile games. Now we got Texas at Michigan. We're going to have later on this month Alabama at Wisconsin. Do you think the USC win over LSU has early significance in terms of maybe an extra playoff spot for a conference?
I think it could. However, when I ran my sim, one of the most interesting, and I put this out on Twitter at Bud Elliott 3 every week, one of the interesting results I got was that because A&M looks worse, because LSU looks slightly worse than projected, a couple of these SEC teams are worse than projected. It may be so that we have more SEC teams with better records, like more 11-1, 10-2 than a big glut of 9-3, 8-4, right? If Florida is unable to play at a level where they could pull that random upset, if South Carolina, who looked terrible against Old Dominion, if they're unable to kind of surprise somebody, we could end up with more 10-2 SEC teams. So yes, obviously, if we're going to compare kind of similar records at the end of the year, it's great for the Big Ten to have that scalp to hold up and be like, hey, we beat LSU on a neutral site, and LSU is pretty good. And I do think LSU is pretty good. So I totally agree with you there. The SEC did not have the weekend that it could have just thumped their chest over like crazy and be like, hey, we deserve 5 spots. But on the flip side, if some of the SEC teams that we thought might be okay are not very good, and I thought Oklahoma looked like crap against Temple, by the way. Like, that's a really bad Temple team. And OU.
But they did manage to cover late. Thank you very much.
I mean, look, I bet them. They covered. I mainly bet them because Temple's really, really bad. But they did not look pretty. Like, that's not the way that should look against Temple. So if you're one of these, like if you're Missouri, okay, you play Oklahoma, you play LSU, you play A&M. You are feeling much better about your schedule and the chance that you can go 10-2 or 11-1 than you did entering the weekend.
How much is A&M going to have to do with what Notre Dame ends up at? Because, you know, I'm listening to a lot of shows. I traveled this week and I'm listening to things on the plane. I downloaded a podcast too. And man, oh man, the national media has already anointed Notre Dame the 5 seed. They're going to go undefeated. They're going to be the 5. They're going to host a game. Like, what the hell? I mean, A&M goes 8-4 every year. Why are we anointing Notre Dame, this great team, by beating Texas A&M?
It's a totally fair point. It's the only data point we have, though. Right. So I think people will overreact to it. And if A&M pulls it together and they manage to go like 8-4, then they'll be ranked in the back half of the top 25 and you went and you won a national spotlight game down there. I mean, look, though, Louisville looked really good. Florida State looked bad, clearly, which we'd already talked about. And USC looked better. So I think the Irish schedule in totality is probably like net even because Florida State looks so bad and that's one of their marquee games. But USC looks better, and that'll be the last data point of the year. So if they manage to win at USC, which that game is in LA this year, that'll probably rocket them up, and that'll be the lasting memory that the committee will have. So they just have to basically not slip up against a team that they really should beat, and then I think Louisville and USC can play with them.
Did it surprise you how badly Miami beat Florida?
Yes, because so we talked about this on the Cover 3 podcast. If you use like the ceiling ratings on my projection model, Miami should win and should be like an obvious bet. But I did not know if Miami could coalesce and play at their ceiling that like of the potential that they possibly have in week 1, because they do have a good number of transfers. I was pretty skeptical, and obviously I did bet Miami some, but like not huge. I was skeptical about some of the stuff coming out of Florida that they were better at DN because I was like, there's no way. Their best DNs play for the Hokies and the Rebels. Those guys transferred out. The kids behind them are not very good. And I was pretty skeptical that they improved on the offensive line because I know that Florida State loved Richie Leonard, who was actually the number 1 pass blocking guard in the country this week. It's like, really? You guys just missed a bowl game again, and you think you upgraded on the right side of the offensive line. And those were the 2 spots that I thought they were pretty poor. But I did not know that Florida would continue to be so poorly coached on defense. I mean, just guys out of position, guys not playing assignments at all. That was disappointing, man. So it did surprise me they smoked them that bad. I'm sorry for being long-winded there.
Well, no, not at all. And just your thoughts on the Gators going forward. I mean, Napier's, you know, David and I think, or at least thought that he has the year because there's no president and there's other factors that are involved in removing a head coach besides boosters wanting him gone. And it seems that Florida's lined up that way, but man, the noise is loud early.
All right. What do you guys think about Jed Fish, Eli Drinkwitz, or Lane Kiffin?
Well, Lane's an obvious. I mean, I said it earlier, and I'm sorry to repeat myself. I call Jimmy Sexton. I do what A&M did with Jimbo. I get the deal done. I put it in a drawer. I keep it quiet for 8-10 weeks. All right. You do it with Lane right now. 8 for 100, 12.5 a year. Yes or no? Sign it, put it in the drawer, and just let the year play out. Because also, I need Lane to keep Lagway. If I'm not bringing in a dynamic replacement offensively, he's going to walk. I mean, you even said
I got
A&M will be. You've got him at going A&M.
My buddy has him going to Miami. I've got him going to A&M. So if he stays at Florida, I guess we just go Dutch. Yeah, it's they do need to keep Lagway. They need to keep a couple of the important guys they signed last year. Like I think that they signed some really nice linebackers last year The kid they signed out of Daytona Mainland at defensive end is a legitimate like pro prospect. They did do a nice job of high school evaluation this last cycle. For Florida, man, it's hard to get people to keep donating to a collective after a beating like that, right? But the message has got to be, hey, this is not about this year. It's about how hard do you want this rebuild to be? Because you actually do have some really nice pieces here. Napier doesn't appear to be able to coach them. And in fairness to Florida, we didn't know how Napier would be without a massive talent advantage. Lafayette is one of the most well-resourced programs in the Sun Belt. They're almost never terrible, right? They're usually really good or like middle of the road, but you can amass a pretty good talent advantage there. We didn't know how well Napier would coach when he was on even terms of talent. And now I think we kind of see it.
Looking ahead, Texas, Michigan, the big game of the week. Texas looked great against Colorado State. Michigan looked against Fresno State, although Fresno a much better team than Colorado State. Michigan's got some horses up front that should give Texas some problems. 7.5 is the number. I don't need you to pick it, but how do you see the game working out?
I don't mind telling you what we're doing with this game. So Texas, to me, like you should bet Michigan based on power ratings, but on matchups, I do adjust it down to where it's not something I'm going to bet for this reason. I want to bet teams against Michigan, or rather, I want to bet on Michigan when teams cannot block them. To me, there are 3 teams on this schedule who can actually block Michigan. That would be Texas, Oregon, and probably Ohio State, because I do think they're better up front this year. So Texas being one of the teams that can block them. I also want to bet on Michigan when teams cannot spread them out. Well, guess what? Texas is probably going to go a lot of 4 wide. They've got a lot of really fast receivers. If Michigan has a weakness on defense, not much. It would be their DBs, definitely not their front. So we'll see if Texas can exploit that. On the other side, I just think that Davis Warren didn't win this job in camp. I think Alex Orji lost it. And nobody gets to see camp, but I get to see how Michigan builds their roster in the offseason. And they did not construct this roster via the transfer portal at all to throw the ball around. They constructed this roster like they were going to be an 11-man run game, heavy QB run. And my thought here, my kind of informed opinion, is that Orji was probably really, really bad throwing in camp to where they couldn't play him, right? It's like, damn, this is just not going to work. But they built their whole offseason around playing him. So now I think they're stuck and in trouble.
All right, we got about 3-4 minutes, so let's cover some ground here. Do you give App State at Clemson or Boise State at Oregon? Either one of those 2 road dogs a shot. Boise giving up 45 to Georgia Southern, by the way. That's not good, but they did win. App State or Boise State on the road? Any shot?
I think App, because first of all, no shot for either really, unless Clemson just no-shows it, right? We talked about this on the show. Like Clemson's offensive linemen aren't picking up Cade Klubnik when he gets knocked down. Like I don't know if there's like a vibes problem on offense, but it doesn't look like they're real tight. Oregon to me was playing a walk-on at center, and we'll see what they do this week. If they get that fixed, they still put up 500 something yards on Idaho. They just had some crazy red zone turnover stuff, which is probably not going to keep happening. And Oregon also has real D linemen, so we'll see how well Boise runs it with that. But can App block Clemson? I don't know. Like App's O-line to me is a question. They had a tragic thing where one of their best offensive linemen died in the spring semester. So like that obviously sucks. But how good's your replacement, like on the football side? So as long as Clemson D-line shows up, I don't think they're going to lose.
Okay.
Tennessee, North Carolina State, another big one for the ACC to get a win.
I like Tennessee here. NC State does a lot of real creative stuff as far as like where they blitz from, but Tennessee spreads you out so much that I think you lose the element of surprise as far as like some of these corner blitzes and stuff they want to do because you're coming from so much further away. The ball is already out. So we'll see. I mean, that's one of the best coached defenses in the country in Raleigh, but can they do it against Tennessee, an offense that I think is very good?
I'll be in Iowa City, Iowa State, Iowa. First 1 to 13 probably wins. Who do you like?
I like Iowa because I think Iowa's offensive line has improved. I don't know if you guys have looked at this, but I think like 4 of their top 5 linebackers are out for this game. So if I'm Kirk Ferentz, I'm like, yeah, you know what? We're gonna run the ball a little bit today. Let's use this offensive line. McNamara, I don't think he's good, but he's certainly a huge upgrade over the kid they played last year. And we'll see how this Iowa State offense looks. It did not look amazing in week 1, so I'm gonna go Iowa.
Can Deion and the Buffaloes get it done on the road in Nebraska?
If they can find answers in the red zone, or if Nebraska is foolish enough to challenge them and allow them to hit explosive plays. I expect Nebraska to just play sag defense, dare them to run the ball, and dare them to be touchdown scorers in the red zone. I like Nebraska here, but I don't know if I trust Nebraska's offense enough to to make it a big bet.
South Florida stay on the field with Alabama?
Western Kentucky had guys open, and their quarterbacks didn't see it. If Byron Brown, because Alabama's playing a true freshman and 2 redshirt freshmen as starters in the secondary. Like, if Byron Brown sees it, USF will hit some plays.
All right. Arkansas at Oklahoma State, quickly.
I like Oklahoma State. They look great in week 1. I just think that they are better equipped to win this game. They have like 20 returning starters, and Gundy seems to think they have a lot of cohesion.
Miami ceiling. Where do you see it? Top 5, top 10, top 15?
Shoot. I mean, if Ohio State's offense doesn't get in gear eventually, top 2.
Whoa.
But again, okay, maybe that's crazy because we haven't seen anybody challenge Miami's DBs.
No. Hey, time to be crazy. Bud Elliott, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports, Cover 3, Nolecast. Follow him on X. Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's. Bud Elliott 3. Bud Elliott, the number 3. Bud, looking sharp. People think you have a fashion consultant. You look so good.
Yeah, I got my Temu T-shirt, $2, and just did my hair,
which was $19. So there you go. Bud Elliott spending $21. Chris Perkins is next. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So everybody liking the lineup?
I'm having more fun watching these guys argue over the Denver Broncos.
God almighty, I know.
I have to say, Irish football and ambient, you're making me root against your teams. I mean, because you're basically telling the two hosts and everybody who watches how stupid we all are and how smart you are on a team that's a 6-point underdog to Seattle.
I don't think the Broncos this year. I actually can see a path where if Bo Nix is the answer, that you could be a playoff team next year. I just think that because of the cap hit this year, that the roster's got too much uncertainty, a few too many holes. But I could see where you could, by next year, actually be a playoff team. You know, there are a lot of teams in which you wonder how much longer in the AFC do they have after this year? You know, like, quite frankly, both the Dolphins and the Jets. I know the Dolphins think they've got a run, but I don't know.
Oh, I got to get Chris on.
I mean, I don't think the Chiefs are better next year than this year because Travis will be another year older. And so will Chris Jones there. Although the quarterback's really good. And it is storming like crazy here. It rained cats and dogs for over 2 hours. It is lightning everywhere. Backsburg, I don't know if, well, over under 6.5. No, Realtor Clark, I mean,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
it is the Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this hump day, and that's when we'll be welcoming throughout the season Chris Perkins. He covers the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. You can follow Chris on X at Chris Perk. CHRIS Perk, P-E-R-K. He, by the way, has produced a lot of material, written and video, in the last 24 plus hours. Go to sun-sentinel.com and check it out. Chris, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. How are you?
Oh, fellas, I'm good, man. But look, you know, we were just talking that the weekend started the football party off, unless you're a DirecTV customer like me. And the party has kind of halted a little bit. I was able to watch the Florida State Boston College game on YouTube, but yeah, I'm already a little bit hacked off that they've come to this stalemate here.
Cut the cord, my friend. It's time to join the YouTube TV world like the rest of us. I know you don't need it for Sunday because you're covering a game every week, but it's time.
I know. I'm an old man. I I've got the DirecTV stream. I went to that from Uverse, but I know I'm the old man. I'm the guy that everybody in their 20s and 30s laughs at, including my family. So I don't know. I need to grow up, don't I?
Well, I'm there with you. So listen, you know, you've got some. I'll be right behind you, supporting you, Chris. All right. If we were to say the Dolphins go as far as their offensive line takes them, is that a fair statement?
It's kind of a fair statement. You know, the offensive line is not ideal, but here's what I say about them. They're about the total. They're not about the individual pieces. And so because Tua gets the ball out so quickly, They don't have to maintain their blocks as long as linemen from other teams. What the Dolphins want is fast, agile linemen to run that outside zone. You need to be able to get out and get onto defensive linemen and linebackers and create those cutback lanes for the running back. So, in fact, the Dolphins don't allow, well, I won't say they don't allow, they don't like for their offensive linemen to wear knee braces because they want them to be able to run. They want them agile. So, this is the kind of offensive lineman that they want, somebody who's fast like the rest of the team as opposed to bulky. So they kind of designed for that. But, yes, the offensive line could be a liability, but they aren't going to determine the outcome of the season, though. I'll say that.
So at the end of the day, when it comes down to 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, this is still going to be an outside run team and a throwing team and really not possess the ability to smash someone and beat them, which I think worries some of us.
Oh, that worries me. that worries me greatly. And really the Dolphins' response is, don't worry about it. We can handle it. And this is the design of the team. They're aware that is a shortcoming, a flaw, a fault, whatever you want to call it. But they think when we need to run up the middle, we'll be able to do it. But mostly, we're a fast team. We're going to rely on our speed, and that's kind of the grand plan here.
Could you help us out? I mean, listen, we like Mike McDaniel personally. We think he has issues as a coach. They just gave him a long-term extension. He's coached the 2 most talented Dolphins teams of the last 20 years and has yet to win a playoff game. Are they going all in on this guy a little soon?
Clearly. Look, I feel like you guys do. I wouldn't have extended Tua, but look, once you extend Tua, you might as well extend McDaniel. You had already extended Jalen Waddle, and then you might as well restructure Tyreek. I'm expecting any day, seriously, that there will be news that GM Chris Greer got a contract extension because they are in bed with this idea that the speed, and we're going to outrun everybody. And I agree 100% with you guys that, look, you haven't done anything yet. And you're giving out these rewards like you've won playoff games. I really think that with the Dolphins, and I haven't written this yet, my colleague Dave Hyde kind of alluded to it today, they're almost paying for entertainment, right? It's like you don't have to win, just entertain me and make Steve Ross a bunch of money, and we'll give you contract extensions to Mike McDaniel, to Tyreek Hill, to Jalen Waddle, to Tua. I know they want to win Super Bowls. There's no doubt about that. But to me, they paid for an entertaining team and not a winning team. And I'm just wondering what's kind of the priority? What kind of message are you sending here?
But, I mean, the team is very Miami. It has to win at the end. But, I mean, it is totally Miami. Be flashy, look really good. And if you win doing it, that's even better because it seems like they don't only want to win. They only want to win a certain way.
Yes. And I'll say this, though, on a different type of note, I find this team amazingly fascinating because what they're doing is so different that, the Mike McDaniel thing that common sense would tell you can't use speed in a league that thrives on power, right, and bulk. You're trying to out-cute them, and that doesn't necessarily work. I guess it worked for the greatest show on turf, right, the 99 Rams, but that's about the only team in history, right, in the what Super Bowl are we on, 58? That's really the only team that has sped its way to a Super Bowl title, and the Dolphins have really doubled down on that. But the thing that really fascinates me is, to me, Mike McDaniel almost wants to build a better person, a better human being, as well as a better football player. He's really empowered the players. So I've said that I think the Dolphins really want to win a Super Bowl. They really want to work hard, but they're kind of letting the players define what hard work is. And while the old school coach of Bill Belichick and Brian Flores and Pat Riley, I shouldn't put Flo in this, Nick Saban, they kind of stood above you, right? And we're going to make sure that you're working hard. Mike McDaniel kind of leaves it up to the players. I trust that you're going to work hard, and he doesn't oversee and micromanage. And I think it's a very fascinating thing that the Dolphins are doing here. It's very revolutionary. If it works, you'll see other teams going to kind of this player empowerment thing where, he gave the players so much time off, so many off days. He gives veteran rest days during the season. He gave a lot of off days in training camp. They're being overly cautious bringing players back from injury. It's almost a day spa out there. And it's going to be very interesting to see if this wins, if this pays off in the long run.
Chris Perkins, Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com, outstanding columnist covering the Dolphins. Follow him on X at Chris, C-H-R-I-S, Perk, P-E-R-K, Chris Perkins, who will join us most Wednesdays at this time here on Miller and Moulton. All right, fascinating week one matchup, just like last year was when they went to L.A. to play the Chargers. You could see where at the end of the year we thought that might be a playoff tiebreaker type game. You could have the same situation here. Jags and Dolphins. How do the Dolphins match up?
Yeah, this is interesting, guys, because both of these franchises in the big picture of the season are at the same place, right? They both gave their quarterbacks huge contract extensions. And, these are teams that this season, they both plan on winning double-digit games and winning a playoff game. So from that sense, the goals are pretty much the same. The teams are kind of equal. To me, the big matchup for Jacksonville, you've got to get pressure on Tua with your Pro Bowl defensive end, Josh Hines-Allen, 17.5 sacks last year. And then your other defensive end, Trayvon Walker, 10 sacks last year. They combined to lead the league in most sacks by teammates. They're going to match up against Ron Armstead, Hines-Allen against Ron Armstead, and then Walker against Austin Jackson. That's good for the Dolphins because that's the strength of the line, but still, you've got to give Tua the time to get that ball out of his hands. He does it very quickly, but you've got to be able to do that. If you can do that, you should have good success because, look, Jacksonville, where they've got Ronald Darby on one end and Tyson Campbell maybe, the other corner, they're not that good. So the Dolphins ought to be able to feast if Tua can get the ball out of his hands. But on the other side, I do like what Jacksonville has, right? With Trevor Lawrence at quarterback, Travis Etienne. You look at Evan Ingram at tight end. You look at their rookie receiver, Brian Smith from LSU. You got Gabe Davis on the other side, Christian Kirk there in the slot. So they ought to be able to do some things. I don't trust the Dolphins pass rush very much. Jalen Phillips will probably be on a snap count, especially, he's coming back from the Achilles. But also the Dolphins have Buffalo coming in here next Thursday, 4 days later. So you're going to want to kind of watch how you approach Jalen Phillips. So fascinating matchup here. Both teams should be able to have success throwing the ball. If either defense can make a big play or many big plays, meaning sacks, interceptions, etc., that could be the turning point. But I'm thinking Dolphins 27-23 is what I'm thinking.
And I'm thinking could be a little bit even higher scoring than that. These teams both like to get to 30. I think one of them could. This is a game for you fantasy players. You might want to be stacking players in this game because there's going to be some offense in this game. The thing to me, will ATN be able to run the ball, and how will the Dolphins, because you would think if you're Jacksonville, you want to try to run the ball. You want to keep the Dolphins off the field. Will they be able to?
Yeah, and that's very interesting. I think they will because I don't trust the Dolphins' run defense. That they've got to prove it to me. They lost Raekwon Davis and more importantly, Christian Wilkins. The Dolphins were 7th, I believe, in run defense last year. And, that was kind of right. The basis of their defense was that they were able to stop the run and, kind of make offenses one-dimensional, and that led to a franchise record 56 sacks. Will they be able to do that again? I agree with you. If I'm Jacksonville, I'm trying Travis Etienne and make sure I pound them and soften them up and keep myself in third and manageable. Extend drives, right? 12-play drives, 14-play drives, keep the Dolphins offense off the field, force the Dolphins to have to make big plays to score because I'm not sure that the Dolphins are adept at making those 12 and 14-play drives. So, yeah, I agree. If I'm Jacksonville, the first thing I'm doing is I'm trying Etienne and seeing if I can soften up that Dolphins defense.
Chris Perkins, covering the Dolphins. for the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow him on X at Chris, C-H-R-I-S, Perk, P-E-R-K. Chris Perkins will join us every Wednesday at this time here on Miller and Moulton. Chris, good luck with the DirecTV, and have a great rest of your week. We'll talk next week.
Dude, hopefully I'll be into the year 2024 by the time we talk next week, guys. Thanks.
Well, Chris and I are going to try to get a little deeper into the 21st century over the course of the next 7 days. Just a little deeper, at least. Into the 20-teens, maybe?
There you go. Small steps.
We're trying.
Baby steps to cut the cord. Baby steps.
We're trying. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, dead struck. And I spent 3 hours at a Wells Fargo bank yesterday. So
I did not see that.
yeah, she went to work. She apparently worked in a building in which she was kind of in a remote area and died at her desk, and no one noticed for 4 days.
Must not have been very good at her job.
Or so good that everybody just, left her alone.
Right. One or the other.
Or so unimportant. Well, Mish Go Blue, the NFL has to schedule a certain number of games in the 4 o'clock window. But yeah, it's not smart. Quite frankly, though, I believe also that's the backup game for Fox if anything happens to Dallas Cleveland, which is the Brady game. Okay, that the other game on Fox in that window is Washington and Tampa Bay. I'm just surprised Nance chose Raiders Chargers as the first game. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Why didn't you want Jacksonville, Miami? And for that matter, the number 2 CBS team is doing Cincy, New England.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, since tomorrow we're going to ask you, so who do you like, Ravens or Chiefs? Today we figured, well, do you like anyone in the AFC not named the Chiefs? You're going to take the Chiefs or the field? And so far, around 2/3, 70% of you are actually taking the field. Don't know if you have a particular team that's going to knock off the Chiefs, but we're playing the percentages. I took the field. Didn't name a team, though.
I took the Chiefs.
Of course. Mahomes. They made 6 straight AFC championship games. They're the biggest favorite to win their division with it a top seed. I mean, come on. It'd be shocking in this sense if they don't make the divisional round, right?
Yes.
Like, you can't envision the Chiefs losing in the wild card round, whether they're hosting the game or not. You can't envision it. And the expectation is they'll be hosting it because they're going to win the West.
Yeah, I don't see them as worse than a 3 seed.
Which is what they were last year. The 5 years previous, they were a 1 or a 2. So the whole, hey, Mahomes hasn't had to go on the road and win a playoff game. Well, he won 2 of them. So there's nothing they haven't done. But that's our poll question. Chiefs or the field in the AFC only. And, we really could have asked that question in the NFC. The Niners have made 4 of the last 5 NFC title games.
Hell, we can ask that tomorrow, too. We can have a slew of poll questions because we screwed up and didn't have one yesterday. And they were right there for us.
That's true.
They really were.
That's true. But, we had college football on the mind, and we didn't really have the NFL yet.
And the show was largely college football yesterday with the coming back from Labor Day weekend and Florida State losing 2 in a row. Florida getting demolished by Miami. So we took it from both the Florida Gator perspective and the Miami Hurricane perspective. If you missed any of those interviews, go to millerandmoulton.com where you can download any part of the show that you may have missed.
And by the way, to show you what the ACC and Big 12 are going up against. I mean, Miami was preseason top 20. Now, they weren't preseason top 15, though. They were in the high teens, if you will. But they went to the swamp, and they humiliated the Gators. And yet, in the AP poll, they're 12th, and in the coaches poll, they're 15th. And that's the highest ranked team in the ACC, obviously. So you think about it, Miami, name a team, Georgia, maybe, even though it was 6-3 at the half. I mean, the most impressive performance from week 1 of the college football season was, we're not going to give it to the Alabamas playing Western Kentucky, are we?
No, I mean, I think you have to go Notre Dame, USC, Miami.
Okay.
Those are the 3 games to me. You want to go Georgia, you can go Georgia. Outside of those 4 games, I have trouble going anywhere else.
But I don't know if anybody looked better than Miami from early on in the game. For 4 quarters, even when Florida ripped off the long run, nobody thought Florida was coming back. They were like, at least they made a play. Good for them.
Yeah, the biggest moment was really when Miami throws the interception, gives Florida field possession, and Miami's defense turns it on, holds them to 3.
But think of all the SEC and Big Ten teams that are ahead of Miami. And by the way, Utah's ahead of Miami.
Well, that's what I was just looking at. Like, if Vegas were to give me a point spread of Missouri and Miami on a neutral field, I have trouble thinking that Missouri would be favored. I'm also having trouble hanging on to my phone, apparently, as you've heard 2 loud crashes in the studio here.
Missouri 9th in the AP, 10th in the coaches. And as you pointed out, Mark, Missouri, Miami, right now, neutral field. How many people would take Missouri? Now, maybe Missouri's better. But just talking about, remember, this is a sport based on opinion. Even at the end, unless you win your conference outright, it's the opinion of 12 people in a boardroom in Dallas that are going to decide your fate. Now, those people have not voted yet. This is just media and coaches.
But their vote looks just like these votes. Not like they're independent thinkers in that room in Dallas, David.
No, there definitely are not. But the number of Big Ten schools ahead of Miami right now: Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, Michigan. Now there's 4. Number of SEC schools ahead of Miami: Georgia, Texas, Alabama, 3 of the top 4, by the way. Ole Miss, who's 5th in one poll, 6th in the other.
And
Missouri. So what's that? 5 SEC schools?
Right.
So you got 4 Big Ten, 5 SEC, and Utah ahead of Miami. That's in the AP poll. In the coaches poll, you can throw in 2 more SEC teams, Tennessee and Oklahoma, and throw in another Big Ten team, USC, all ahead of Miami. By the way, how about USC? Only 13th in the AP? Only 14th in the coaches? Beat LSU on a neutral field. Guys, that's a really good win. LSU, top 10, top 12 team in the country, right? You guys did the voting, beat them on a neutral field. So, but just goes to show you what the Big 12 and the ACC are up against here. Particularly the ACC.
Yeah, the Big 12, there's at least a handful of teams ranked that if they keep winning, theoretically, they'll move up a little bit. The ACC, what do you have, Miami?
Clemson, North Carolina State. They're at the bottom. They're like 22, 23. Yeah, and NC State and Clemson are 24, 25 in the AP. Although Louisville is ranked and Georgia Tech are ranked in the AP, and Louisville is ranked in the coaches also. So the ACC getting votes, but they're all in the 21 to 25 range.
Now, NC State didn't look very good in week 1. They've got Tennessee. It's tough to think that they're going to be able to win that football game the way they played in week 1. But it would be monstrous for the ACC if they could get another non-conference win like that.
Absolutely it would. Absolutely. But just kind of the game within the game here, the politics within the politics. First poll comes out, what? mid to late October from the committee that counts, or do they wait all the way to November?
I think you're right. I think it's mid to late October.
So, but we asked Bud Elliott last hour, hey, Miami's ceiling. And he said, if Ohio State doesn't turn it up a notch on offense, it could be top 2. Whoa. If the Bears get a quarterback and the Canes are actually back all in the same year, I don't know if the sports world could handle that.
That's just nuts. And I would love to, I've jumped into the deep end with the Canes, but I'm not cannonballing the way Bud is to put them in the same class as Georgia and the Buckeyes at this point.
Well, he said that's their ceiling.
We have a texter says, name the game Cristobal coughs up a hairball. I mean, that's still the worry. You talk to a Miami fan, they're ecstatic right now, but there's still that pessimism of what they've seen from their head coach, and rightly so.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You'll be favored in every game you play, probably the rest of the year. So just take care of business. But just pointing out what the ACC is up against, despite maybe the best win of the college football season thus far, or best performance anyway by Miami.
Miller and Moulton. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when what's on tap, all still ahead.
We have a major WNBA decision on our hands, Mark. Major.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Patrick Surtain getting paid over 29 per, or no, excuse me, over 19 per. 19 per. Getting a little excited here. Oh no, 24 per. 24 per, 19 plus guaranteed per year. Okay.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. If you missed any part of the show, David Bearman of Pro Football Network, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins talking the Dolphins. Shortly after the show, go to MillerandMoulton.com and download what you missed tomorrow, Mark. Roy Cummings, South Florida head coach Alex Golish, Dr. Roto, as you set your fantasy lineups for week one, and JP Shadrick, who will join us every Thursday in the bonus hour to talk Jags and a little college and pro football since he broadcasts it for Westwood One. So
we did get this text, and I think it's worth sharing, David. If the Gators only win 3 or 4 games, we're talking about Miami beating them, and that was, a big win. How big of a win is it? Arkansas went in there last year and beat them, and Arkansas was a bad team. Arkansas should have never won that game first and foremost, but your point's valid. If Florida ends up being a 4 or 5 win team, well, that doesn't do much for Miami's win.
I got it, but for week one, I mean, this moment in time, that's what we were talking about last segment. For this moment in time, I don't know if they're getting as much credit for the dominating performance. Michigan beat Fresno State by 20. It was 16-10 mid-fourth. Miami humiliated. Even Billy Napier said we were embarrassed. So I just don't know if Miami is getting enough. Plus, the other thing that I believe does need to be taken into consideration. Listen, Florida could go 5-7 this year, and at some point we actually think they're not bad just because of their schedule. Now, if they're going to look like this, then that's one thing. But if all of a sudden, Florida looks like, wow, they've gotten it together. That Lagway kid, he's playing. It looks pretty good. They got real potential. They could still lose to Georgia, Texas, Ole Miss, LSU, Florida. Now what's interesting, there's a lot of jokes out there about what network's going to televise the Florida State game. Does that go to CW?
Sure, they'll take it.
Wow. That's between the two of us. That's pretty snarky.
Hey, I don't know what to say.
They've
looked bad and they've been unable to win. So I don't know. The snark is warranted.
Apparently, first time that Florida and Florida State have both lost at home on the same weekend by 2 touchdowns or more since the Nixon administration. That's how bad the weekend was for the Gators and the Noles.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, I've got a lot today, so I'll get through it. Try to go a little more quickly. We start in 476. It was the end of the Western Roman Empire. Romulus Augustulus abdicates his throne. Henry Hudson, first European to discover the island of Manhattan today in 1609. Chief Geronimo surrenders, ending the last major U.S. Indian War today in 1886. 1920. Forget Secretariat. Man o' War at the Belmont Park in the Lawrence Realization Stakes wins by 100 lengths.
What?
The largest winning margin in modern thoroughbred racing history. Today in 41, the Yankees clinched their 3rd straight pennant. Earliest date in baseball history a team has captured the pennant. For you, David, today in 1950, the first paved super speedway in NASCAR and the first 500-mile event in NASCAR history was at the Darlington Raceway, the Southern 500. Help by the Beatles, #1 today in 1965. Mark Spitz in 72, part of the 4x100 medley relay team, becomes the first athlete to win 7 golds in a single games. That same day in 72, on Jerry Lewis's MD Telethon, John and Yoko did 3 songs. That was a big deal. There was a time in life that thing was a really big deal.
Sinatra, I think, used to show up.
Yeah. But Lennon, come on.
Right, yeah. I hear you.
72. Today in 92, Jimmy Connors loses to Yvonne Lendl. 2nd round night match. It was his final U.S. Open singles match.
And no one knew it at the time. He had the run to the semis the year before. He won his 1st round match. He actually took the first set off Lendl. There's a famous shot of Jimmy. He wins set point. He turns around. He looks at the crowd and he mouths, "I am playing so effing good."
Today in 93, Jim Abbott for the Yankees throws a no-hitter.
If you don't know, okay, he had one hand.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Threw a no-hitter.
Uh-huh.
Penn State today in 93 played their first football game in the Big Ten. They would beat the Gophers, David, 38-20. Today in 94, Marino throws 5 touchdown passes as the Dolphins beat New England 39-35. Google was incorporated today in 98. Kelly Clarkson, crowned winner of the first American Idol today in 2002. Kyle Busch at the age of 20 becomes the youngest driver to win a NASCAR Cup Series race when he wins today in 05. Walk the Line, the movie about Johnny Cash, premiered in 05. And Mother Teresa was named a saint today in 2016. Paul Harvey would have celebrated a birthday today, as would have Vince Dooley. Ray Floyd is 82. Tom Watson is 75. John Van Beesbrook, that's for you, David.
Thank you.
He is 59 years old today. And Beyonce is celebrating her birthday today as well. I don't think I missed anything. That was a pretty extensive list.
That was a great list. I do want to make a note. The Marino throwing 5 touchdowns today and beating the Patriots, that was his first game back. He blew out his Achilles midway through the 93 season, and it was a muddy field. And Marino threw 5 touchdown passes, out-dueled a young Drew Bledsoe in beating the Patriots in Miami. Joan Rivers died 10 years ago today. Do you know they're still selling her clothes on QVC? She's apparently, her clothing line is a rousing success.
Well, she did that red carpet show for years.
The runway, yeah.
Her daughter.
Right.
Actually pretty funny.
Yeah, Joan and Melissa Rivers there. But Joan Rivers, 10 years ago today at 81.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
A follow-up that's our good today. If you recall, a few weeks ago, I told you about Jim Dreyer, who was trying to swim across Lake Michigan, but came up short because his GPS failed him. He's back at it again. After failing time 1, he's now going again to make a 60-mile swim, or gave up after 60 miles. Now he's got to make the full clip to get across Lake Michigan. We will keep you posted. For the bad, we go to Hendry County in Southwest Florida, where a couple of smart guys decided to drive with one headlight working and a car full of drugs.
Not good.
When they were pulled over, the car reeked of weed, so police could search the car. They found weed, fentanyl, meth, and a bunch of cash. Guys, when one headlight doesn't work, leave the drugs at home.
No doubt.
And finally, the ugly. We go to Lauderdale, or actually Seminole County, I apologize, where a deputy used a racetrack restroom, and he left his gun in the facilities. 2 guys found the gun, sold the gun for $40 via a Cash App, and were arrested because the police were looking for the gun. One of them was a convicted felon, so his life got a lot worse. No word on what's going to happen to the deputy who left his gun in the bathroom.
$40?
Right.
Really? I mean, so you're a felon. You know what you're doing is illegal. You're going to risk going back in the joint over what? Splitting $40? Seriously? I mean, that's what, if I'm that guy, I say to you, Mark, no, you sell it. I can't have anything to do with this. I ain't going back in the joint for $20.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. $10,000 signing bonus for new officers. That's capecops.com.
Notice none of their officers leaving their weapon in a racetrack restroom.
Have to find out from the chief when he listens on the podcast what he thinks of that and see if how he would reprimand his officer. For
Yes.
the can.
Yes. We want an off the record what he would do to his deputy. Where's your weapon? I'm sorry, what? Okay. There's one afternoon game today in baseball. It's Phillies and Blue Jays. Marlins are home tonight where they're 0-8 against the Nationals this year. 0-8. Do they get off the schneid, as Chris Bearman would say? Rays home for the Twins. Twins trying to hang in there. They're 4.5 back of the Guardians. And do the Guardians sweep the Royals? They're on FS1 tonight. Cleveland and Kansas City. Kansas City's lost 7 in a row. Red Sox unable to take advantage, although they have the pitching matchup today against the Mets, who have won 6 straight. Boston desperately needing a win. Don't know what else. The Dodgers, Angels, the whole LA thing. Otherwise, I don't know. Nothing really jumps out at me.
Right, but there's one game in particular tonight we've got to discuss.
Well, we do, although do we bet against the White Sox just because they've lost 12 in a row? The Orioles are minus 350. I mean,
it's not worth the $140 you're going to make on the game.
Okay. All right. So Caitlin and the Fever are on a roll. Remember, they started the year 3-10. They're now 17-16. Do the math. That's 14-6 in their last 20. And they've played a majority of their games on the road. They begin a 6-game homestand tonight. 6 of their final 7 at home, 6 in a row. They're 12.5-point favorites at home against the LA Sparks, who suck. Although they did beat the Liberty last week in Los Angeles. Liberty obviously went out and partied the night before.
Caitlin and the girls aren't going to be partying before this game.
You want to lay the 12.5?
I want to lay the 12.5.
Okay. We'll put our WNBA heater, put our money where our mouth is, because we didn't put our money where our mouth was yesterday, and it's a good thing because we would have lost. So we're betting on Caitlin and the gals. She's been on fire. Was just named Player of the Week. Averaged 30 and 12 last week in 2 wins. That's pretty good.
It's a good week.
Yeah, really is. So while we were doing this segment, just before it actually, the Broncos decided to pay Patrick Surtain. There's now a new market for cornerbacks, Mark, in the NFL. Surtain got $24 a year for 4 years, 4 for $96. He got nearly 78 of it guaranteed, so he got about 80% of the contract guaranteed, which is a high percentage. Highest paid cornerback in the league. I wonder if this forces the Dolphins to have to give Jalen Ramsey a raise. Be curious. But so the Broncos, and remember, yeah, Russ counts against this year's cap. This contract doesn't go into effect until next year. Russ will count $30 million against the cap next year, but Bo Nix will only count about $8 million. So the money they're spending at the quarterback position next year is reasonable. And then most of Surtain's contract, Bo Nix is on his rookie deal.
And we've talked about it at length, the rate at which the cap is going to be going up over the course of the next couple of years. So you're going to see contracts at every position exceed what you've ever seen before from a standpoint of financial wherewithal that this league has at this point.
Miller and Moulton. Hey, thanks for being with us. Roy Cummings, Alex Golish, Dr. Roto, JP Shadrick, all joining us tomorrow. Have a great day.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement
Or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton